Hi, my name is Adam Lesh, founder and chief technologist of the Maker Foundry, and I'm here to talk about gamifying the museum experience with AR and blockchain. So first, let's define a couple of terms. Gamification is turning something into a game that isn't ordinarily a game. You add things like points or rules or rewards, and it becomes a game. And I'm going to use the term cultural institution to refer to any museum, natural wonder, historical site, botanical garden, that kind of a thing. And sometimes I'll just use the word institution. So a few facts and figures. The top 20 museums around the world see about 105.5 million annual visits. So not necessarily visitors, unique people, but visits. The top 20 big online games get about 30 million annual plays. Not players again, plays. Oh, I'm sorry, I got that fact wrong. It's actually 30 million per day, which means about 11 billion annual plays per year. And if we extend museums to cultural institutions, I did a little research online and I estimate about 500 million annual visits. So as you can see, the scales are quite different. Before we move on, we'll talk a little bit about virtual reality versus augmented reality. So virtual reality is an entirely new environment generated by a computer. You view it through immersive goggles, you interact with it with gloves, and it doesn't have to have any basis in reality. It can be fantastic, it can be science fiction, it can be cartoons, but since it's entirely generated by the computer and you're immersed in it through the goggles, it doesn't have any connection to reality. Now, it can be realistic, but it's not reality. On the other hand, augmented reality is actually an overlay on the existing environment. It must have some grounding in reality because you're actually viewing it through the camera on your phone or glasses or something like that, and it's just an overlay. So you're seeing the real world with additional information. So the current uses of augmented reality include things like pilot training and simulation, sports broadcasting. I'm sure everybody's seen games where there's graphic overlays on top of the existing action that show where a player is or where a ball is. That's augmented reality. And in surgery or car repair, again, you're given additional information. It could be a manual, it could be a blood flow, it could be anything that can be added to the person who's working information to make their job better. Now, these things are amazing, but really it's simply added information and it's pretty passive experience. So now, of course, there are games that utilize augmented reality more and more. The most famous one might be Pokemon Go. You have a phone, through the app, you're viewing through the camera, the real world, and you're seeing things, of course, that aren't there, and you're capturing the Pokemon. And more recently, and more relevantly, there is the Rabbids at Versailles, which actually takes place on the grounds of the palace at Versailles, and you're hunting down these strange cartoon rabbits. Now, these are active experiences, so they're a lot more fun, but in the end, they can be popular, but they're kind of short-lived, they're not very challenging, they're repetitive, and they're really for kids. Now, another interesting phenomenon are escape rooms. So escape rooms, as most people know, but just for anybody who might not, you go into a room, you're locked in with a bunch of friends or other people you're playing with. There's a story, and in that story, you're searching down clues. With those clues, you solve riddles and puzzles, and eventually you hopefully escape the room. Now, these are incredibly popular. They have 750 million in annual revenue in the US alone. There are over 10,000 rooms worldwide. And 50 million visitors go to escape rooms worldwide. And this chart shows you growth country by country, which gives you a sense of that this is a growing industry and generates a lot of revenue. Now, why do people like them? Well, they're very entertaining. Obviously, they're fun. They have an adventure aspect to it. There's a gaming. And there's, of course, leisure, because the word escape not only applies to getting out of the room, but escaping the real world. It's also physical activity. You're running around, so you're not standing behind a computer or sitting behind a computer. It's very social. You're interacting with other people. You're having to team up. So it's a very fun and social, just all the sort of elements that make for a fun game are in escape rooms. Now, the one limitation is that essentially they're one-offs. So you do a room and you're done. The story doesn't connect to another one. There's no connective tissue amongst the various escape rooms, even within the same facility most often. And so you're not really carrying anything once you leave. Now, On the opposite of that, we have the massively multiplayer online games, or MMOs. Now, these have huge storylines. You play them for days, hours, forever, and you're actually constantly seeing new things. So they're really a lot of fun. They're exciting. They have that social aspect to it again. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But the bottom line is they generate a lot of money, $43 billion in annual revenue worldwide. And as I mentioned earlier, 30 million plays per day. But just the top 20 MMOs, and there are dozens of them. So why do people love them? So again, that's story, right? So that we'll come back to that a lot. Story is the key. There's a narrative. It immerses you in this environment, in this storyline that you're pursuing over a long period of time. It's a social experience. You're playing with other people. People in the online world can be all over the world. So it's a really fun way of doing it. There's that sense of accomplishment. You're actually achieving things. You're finishing a module. You're reaching a goal. You're getting gold, you're getting items. So there's all these little these accomplishments you do along the way that keep you playing within this larger narrative. And then there's a sense of shared purpose. So you're working with other people, with your friends, with the people you're working online with, toward a singular goal. So it's that type of immersion. And don't forget, people pay to play. So there's a lot of money in this market. It's a huge market. And I think we want to talk about why it connects to cultural institutions. So again, why? It's the perfect source for story. There's history, there's art, there's architecture, there's adventure. There's just an absolute ton of source material. And let's not forget that a lot of the online games actually source some of their storylines from history, from mythology. So it's a perfect place to get that kind of part of that story into the game. Now, if we're going to take an MMO into the real world, we need a large footprint. So cultural institutions have that. They have grounds inside, outside, many, many exhibits, many places to go. So you can create a story that drives people from place to place to place within that footprint. It's actually pretty low cost. MMOs cost a lot because they have to render all of those graphics, because this is AR, and you're just overlaying some information on top of the real world. You don't have that kind of expense. And in addition, you don't need any special installation. You don't need electronics. You don't need signs. You can actually do it using location data and things like that. So it's actually pretty low cost. And simple rewards will motivate people to play. It could be just in-game things like badges, rewards, experience, gold. And it can be discounts at the stores or at the commissary. So there are pretty low cost and simple rewards that will motivate people to play. Now, taking it to another level, we can add in virtual collectibles. Everybody has heard about NFTs, non-fungible tokens. We'll talk about that more when we talk about blockchain, but that could be a very interesting part of this whole concept. So to get specific, the Louvre is the most popular museum in the world. In 2019, it saw 9.6 million visitors. Now, if you take just 0.1% of the top 20 MMOs, that's 9 million plays. So you can see that even a tiny fraction of this gamer market could drive a lot of attendance to museums. So what does the game architecture look like? Well, you'd start with the largest group of things would be single location games. Each institution could create their own game. It could be a self-contained story. There are many of them. They're quick and easy to complete. They can be done by an individual or by a small group, and the rewards are small. The next level up would be a multi-location game. So multiple institutions would work together to create games that interconnect. So each one would have their own sub-game, and then that game would connect to the next one. And as players completed all of these different games and modules, they would get increased rewards. So they're fewer, they're a little bit more difficult, and presumably you'd want a larger group of people, parties, to do it. And the final level are called world events. Now this one I would say is probably not for the institutions themselves to put together, but a third-party gaming company would put that together, connect up games. These would be very rare. They'd probably be timed. They'd start at a certain time. They'd end at a certain time. They could be played globally, simultaneously, and you can have teams around the world working together to actually finish this game. And of course, you'd achieve the best rewards. So again, how would it work sort of as you started to play? When you create an account, you would create a character, or you could choose from a pre-generated character for people who aren't really gamers. Several players can form a party together, and then there would be a list of games to play at different locations, different institutions around in the area or outside the area. When you arrived at it, you'd be given an intro and the first clue. That first clue would take you to the next location within the institution, and go from there. The clues could be delivered with AR, video, audio clips, And then those challenges to solve those puzzles and riddles would lead players from location to location. And rewards would be given not only for solving the entire game, but also along the way to keep people playing. So let's visualize this a little bit. So here's a location. The star, the blue star, is where you'd start. You'd get that intro and that first clue. In this case, it was a slide puzzle. When you solve the puzzle, it would give you an image. That image would be something you'd have to hunt for on the grounds. Once you found it, then you'd get another clue. In this case, it's an Ottendorf cipher. "'Twas brillig and the slide the toves" is the first line from the poem Jabberwocky by Lewis Carroll. That gives you the clue that the codes are line number and character number throughout the poem. Once you had all that information, you would solve it and you'd find the next location, and then the next one, and so on and so on. So that gives you a sense of how it would work, but let's take a look at how it might look in the real world. We put this little video together. Hope you enjoy it. So I hope you liked that. I hope it gave you an idea of how the games might work. So now let's talk a little bit more about blockchain. So what is blockchain? Just to give a quick introduction to blockchain very fast. It is a decentralized ledger of transactions. So what does that mean? Imagine a spreadsheet. You want to add rows to the spreadsheet. Each row represents a transaction, which would be some kind of an exchange, whether it was a reward given by the game or it's exchange amongst players. You start by logging that transaction. It would be added to a block. The block goes out to hundreds of computers around the world who all verify that it's a legitimate block to be added. So it's a group of transactions. It would be added to the chain. It would be verified and added to the chain, and that would be the end of the transaction. What's exciting about that is that it's really perfect for rewards. It's transparent. Once on-chain, it can be viewed by tools outside of the app. So you can actually, if you really wanted to, and you were really kind of a someone who's very into blockchain, you could actually figure out, does what the app is telling me I have match what the chain does? It's immutable. It cannot be changed. So you literally can't modify a transaction that's been done. The only way to do something along those lines is to add another transaction, an adjusting transaction. So for example, if someone won 100 coins and then they spent 10 of them, you'd have the 100 coins as a plus, minus 10 as a minus, and then when you merge them together, you come up with 90 coins. But there's no other way to change it. It allows for the possibility of exchangeability amongst games. In other words, you can take your character, your stuff, your gold, your items from game to game to game, even those games are played by different are created by different companies or different institutions because there's a standard, and as long as they can just read it off the chain, they don't even have to sort of carry it with you in an account or anything along those lines. It can literally be pulled off chain, and then you can play with that same information, that same character, that same stuff in a different game. It's secure. Personal information is encrypted. It's just a random string of letters and numbers. Nobody can figure out who's who has what. Now, people can figure out this random string of letters and numbers has these things, but they've never been able to attach it to a person. And it cannot be hacked. So when you've heard about blockchains being hacked, it's always hacked at an access point. So someone gets someone's password to their account, and then they hack. But the chain itself cannot be changed. It's written many, many times around the world. In order to do that, you pretty much have to change most of them, and then the others would agree. So it wouldn't work. So bottom line is, a chain has never been hacked. The access points have been. In this case, obviously, as long as you keep your passwords safe, you'll be fine. So let's talk about non-fungible tokens. We mentioned it a minute ago, NFTs. Now, these are unique items that are registered on chain. It doesn't mean that they have to be only one of a certain kind of things. You can have 5 magic swords that are all the same attributes, but are numeric, so numerically numbered, so they can be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that makes them unique. There are only 5 of them. That makes them collectible. So now you're generating a collectible environment, and that makes the possibility of a marketplace. People can exchange, they can trade, they can buy and sell their items. A lot of this happens in-game today. We can actually take it not only in-game, but also out of game by creating marketplaces off of the blockchain, and that when things happen on chain but outside the application or the game applications, they would still be recognized within the app. That's going to generate a lot of incentive for people to play. People love collectibles. The chance to find them, earn them, buy, sell, trade them, that's going to bring people into the game. So in-game, again, you have that game interoperability. We've mentioned this a couple of times. Your character can go from game to game to game, even if those games are created by different institutions or different gaming companies. Artifacts and in-game currencies similarly can go from game to game to game. Now, you might not be able to use an artifact in a particular game because maybe it doesn't fit. Maybe you get a magic sword, but you go play a space game, not going to fit. But still, you will have it. It will be part of your character. And then we can make this open source. So not only does it work with licensed, let's say, game designers and game developers or institutions, but it can actually be by anybody who could create a module to utilize this information and create a game. So it makes it a lot of fun. People really enjoy that. It doesn't cause harm to the existing applications, and it allows people to continue to expand this whole universe of games. And let's take a moment to talk about data. These games will generate a lot of data. And there's an opportunity for institutions to offer incentives to players to share that data. So incentives, it could be a discount at the store, or it could be an in-app incentive like gold coins. Once they have that data, they can actually have direct marketing line to their customers. But more importantly, they can generate insights based on the activity data that the players are sharing. So you can see what's popular, what's not popular within the institution, how people are roaming about the institution, how people are playing the game. And that can generate a lot of information, and you can make business decisions from it. So in conclusion, I think there's a huge opportunity to tap into that gaming community, bring those people to our cultural institutions to generate more attendance. It's a huge community. Just a tiny percentage would be successful and generate a lot more attendance within the museums. Blockchain gives you that foundation for rewards and character and interoperability amongst the different games. And data can be used for insights and for marketing. So thank you very much. Again, my name is Adam Lesh. You can find me at themakerfoundry.com, and my email address is adam@themakerfoundry.com. Thank you again, and have a great day.
Hi, my name is Wei Wei Zong from Henry Ford Health System. I'd like to showcase our recent project on bringing visual effective medical education for the patients and the medical practitioners. First, let me introduce our team. One day, my colleague, Dr. Zhu, was asking if we can add visual effect on the verbal communication with the patients and their families during the consultation. It'll help them understand better and add fun to the 1 hour session. I was like, this is such a good idea. So since my background is on computer science, I propose to include technology such as 3D printing and AR or VR. I personally think it's super cool. And then my supervisor, Dr. Wen, suggested, why don't we start printing a linear accelerator, the radiation therapy machine for cancer patients? So without any prior knowledge and experiences, I purchased the best-selling 3D printer from Amazon. When I got it, it took me a couple of days just to assemble. And this is my first trial. I googled and found that the bed needs to be level up to make sure the gap between the extruder head and the bed is just one layer of the filament, which is said to be around 0.2 millimeters. It turns out that my second trial was a success, and I printed the very first model of a puppy. As I explored further of how to use this 3D printer, I've had fun experiences. Since my son loves dinosaur and art, after painting his T-Rex look fancier, he wanted to add extra plates on the back and the cheek. He asked if we can design and print out those plates. So I learned how for him. He then spent a night using double-sided tape to put on those plates. I hope you'll like his work. But let's go back to where we started. We wanted to print out a linear accelerator for the patients because sometimes the patients may have no idea what it is and may have unnecessary panic. There's a saying that a picture is worth 1,000 words. The 3D printing is 100 times of that. So we printed out parts of a Variant 6 model and assembled using bolts and nuts. As you can tell from one pitching brochure that our very first model of the linear accelerator looks very much like the real physical machine. Dr. Zhu has used it during the patient visiting and has received some nice feedbacks. With the 3D model, the next step is to write an AR app. I downloaded this app to scan the physical model into a 3D digital model. And then I spent a night following the tutorials on YouTube and Udemy, writing an AR app by tracking the physical model and imposing some text, images, videos, and audios on this project. I hope you'll like it. Since I'm a big fan of Marshmello, his music video of Rooftop is inspirational to this project.
And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. This love we have, 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 this love we have. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. This love we have, 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 this love we have. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout. And we're screaming from the rooftop, screaming till our heart stops, let it out. And baby, this love we have, you're really killing me. It's like a roundabout.
It's about a mom trying to reconnect with her teenage boy by learning to skateboard just like one of them. In the end, mom and son are opening up to each other on the rooftop happily ever after. However, with the rapid progress of this digital revolution, I've seen that the same type of generation gap in terms of the skill set. We hope our idea and products can serve as a bridge so our physicians and patients and their families get to enjoy both medical and technology education at the same time, right in the consultation room. Another message I wanted to send out is you can do it too. I've pictured myself doing research, giving talks, mentoring, but not on this track. So if I can do it within 2 months, right from the scratch, you can do it too. Hope I can be the inspiration for somebody else. The following will be a presentation I gave on my research.
Hello everyone, my name is Wei Zhan. I'm from Henry Ford Cancer Institute. And my presentation title is Reasons Regroup Predictions from MPMRI of Prostate Cancer Patients Using Oral Deep Learning. Prostate cancer is the most common malignancy in men, As with almost all cancers, a tissue biopsy is required to obtain an accurate diagnosis. But the problem with a tissue biopsy is that it is an invasive procedure which can result in side effects and complications. The question is, can we eliminate this need? Fortunately, in our previous study, we were able to achieve an AUC of 0.9 in differentiating the prostate cancer from benign tissue on the imagen. We wanted to make a step further by asking, can we predict the Gleason grade group? In literature, the handcrafted radiomic features from MRI were heavily investigated to predict the Gleason scores. However, it requires contour of the region of interest. Also, most of the work simplified the test into a binary classification, for example, group 1 to 3 versus 4 to 5, or 1 versus 2 to 5, considering the high prediction uncertainty at each Gleason grade group. In this study, we have approached as a regression problem to reveal the spectral nature in the Gleason patterns. We have trained and tested using the whole sequence. We also tried out the auto deep learning framework, say the AutoCares, for the very first time, to the best of our knowledge. We investigated the domain drift problem by training from a public data set and testing an independent patient cohort from our institute. The training cohort consisted of 96 patients from the SPI challenge, which aims to develop quantitative MPMRI biomarkers to predict the Gleason grade groups in prostate cancer patients. The number of patients at each group was 30, 35, 18, 7, 6 respectively. The testing cohort consisted of 34 patients from our institute, and the number of patients in each group was 10, 14, 4, 3, and 3 respectively. Two experienced clinicians delineated the prostate gland on the T2-weighted. For each slice, we performed Gaussian blurring to remove the artifacts. We expanded the prostate contour with a margin of 10 pixels at each direction and cropped the region of interest using a rectangular box at each slice. The upper row of figure 1 shows the comparison of one example image slice pre-processed at each step, and the lower row shows cropped prostate patches of an example patient. Then we fed the pre-processed prostate patches into the AutoCares for training. We tested 5 scenarios with different combinations of inputs, including T2 only, ADC only, T2 plus ADC, and feature concatenation and finally prediction ensemble. We normalized the input images at each set and before auto-image augmentation, which search in the pool of random translation, horizontal and vertical flip, arbitrary rotation, zooming, and contrast noise ratio change. The search space of the deep learning architecture had vanilla, ResNet, and exception. We used 40 iterations to search for optimal architectures and parameters. Table 1 shows the precision and recall of each group. Using ADC alone, the model detected 75% of patients with group 3, using a combination of T2 and ADC as input. 46% of 2 and 40% of group 1 patients were successfully identified. Since the Gleason group 2 is less aggressive and has a favorable outcome, we further studied the performance of classifying 1 versus 2 to 5 and 1 to 2 versus 3 to 5. The model's precision and recall were 91% and 72% for group 1 to 2, when the input was T2 weighted and ADC, and 60% and 24% for group 3 to 5 when the features were assembled for prediction. Table 3 shows the performance of separating group 1 versus 2 to 5 with a 96% precision and 73% recall for group 2 to 5. We noticed that the model had better performance to predict lower group when the input contained both T2 and ADC, and the model performed better to predict higher group when the features were concatenated at the predictions output level. In the future work, we will keep working on further improving upon the current results. In the end, I'd like to thank American Cancer Society and Henry Ford Cancer Institute for funding this work and funding the registration for the meeting. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your patience. So none of this is possible without the support and from our teammates and our external collaborator, Dr. Tarek. Thank you very much. So as we continue to pitch, we will keep developing our product and including more technology elements such as a hologram projection and more. Any comments and suggestions are more than welcome. We can be reached at the email address and phone number in this brochure. Again, we care, so we teach. And to the world, peace and happiness. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace upon you all. Firstly, I would like to say thank you very much for organizers who had bring me until at the stage. And then for all participants, thank you for your coming, for joining my presentation. Alright, I will come with the issues of the usage of full online learning during COVID-19 since 2020 until today. Alright, let me share my PowerPoint. Alright, I'm coming with this title, How Effective is Online Learning to Replace Physical Classroom? As we know that today this is a global issue for all of countries that full online learning during the COVID-19 pandemic. The policymakers had produced some policies in order to implement, and then some preparation have been made to optimize that full online learning to replace physical classroom. And then, however, that some also the challenge for rural area, for instance, the connection, and then blackout problem, the electricity problems, blackout, and the limited data they have had, and then low or weak signal, and then devices. This is sometimes they feel that unfair for the student who stay at the city. And then also about the pedagogical aspects of online learning, where the teacher should transform, should convert the design of learning from conventional classroom into now online learning, full online learning classroom. And then the effectiveness of online learning also questionable today. How actually the effectiveness of online learning as compared with face-to-face learning. It is not possible that the same situation in the future that we have, that we will have. Then we have to prepare how to make the online learning is become as effective as face-to-face learning. Of course, that face-to-face learning actually will be more effective also if it is assisted by online learning activities. And then the teacher skill and necessity of online learning. So in this research, in this presentation, also I will presenting also about how the teacher skill and necessity of the skill of online learning at our research context. Okay, there are 5 components actually our research focus on. First is about the design of online learning. It is related to online syllabus, how the teachers design the online syllabus, how the teachers doing assessment, how the teachers design the process, the interaction in the classroom to deliver the content, to engage the student, and how the teachers manage the classroom, organize the classroom, and how the teachers learning the evaluation. This is related to design of online learnings. And then course communication. This is when the teachers giving the announcements, when the teachers giving that warning or reminders to the students, and then how the teachers that creating and moderating the discussion. Does the teachers try to play this role during that online learning activities, and then also using that some tools to communicate with the student, for instance, that using email, WhatsApp, and then other application, and then also that how the teachers prompting question in the classroom, in online learning, in e-learning platform, for instance, and then giving feedback, how the teachers giving feedback, when the teacher does the teachers giving feedback, and then synchronous and using that synchronous and asynchronous communication, both synchronous and asynchronous communication in the classroom. And then does the teacher also using that pay attention on the resources authenticity, using that applied academic standard, and then telling the copyright issue to the student, and then showing and mentioning original resources to the student, and then try to guide the student to not to use that resources that what can I say, the resources that is not without identity. It is not clear resources. So the teachers, how the teachers manage, control this resource authenticity during the teaching and learning through online learning. And then also time management, timing for presenting syllabus, and then when the teachers presenting the syllabus, how the teachers scheduling the topic of discussion, and then giving the assignment deadline, and then in what time the teachers held that online discussion, and then how the regularly activities and feedback managed in the according to time. So the timing all of these activities, and then technical implementation, how the teachers applied some that using that some features, learning features optimally in the classroom to optimize that students are learning, and then using the virtual meeting and features also, for instance, the breakout room, for instance, in Zoom, and then also in like Google Meet. So they use that optimal. It also use optimal features to optimize the student activities in learning, and then other supported application for online learning, collaborative tool, and everything that technical skill also that we have investigated to add at a faculty. All right, next slide. This is our design of research. Start from beginning until we come to the conclusion. We involve 441 students and 39 teachers in our survey because of the emergence of COVID-19, that full online learning is implemented, and then we would like to know the implementation level in the 5 issues that in the previous slide, and then we would like to know the effectiveness level And then we have done online survey with quantitative method using the questionnaire and to the students and the teachers. And then the result, what we have that online learning was not optimally implemented. And then average effectiveness, so only effectiveness level and not obtained at high level, very high level, but still at average effectiveness, meaning to say that it is still quite far from that as effective as conventional classroom. And then average level of the teacher skill and in online learning. This is that they are not very ready. Yeah, they are not very the skill, teacher skill is not enough, not satisfied enough to to handle the phase to handle that full online learning, to optimize, to engage the student in during the process of online learning. And then the conclusion that all online learning could not replace classroom, physical classroom learning in some situation, failed to meet expectation. What that we mean expectation that it was expected that by optimizing the using of tools, learning tool, and then some resources, because that talking about resources, it is so huge of resources that available online, but the ability of the teachers using use the resources, it is not very satisfied. And then seeking for effective of online. So based on this result, that we need to seek for the more effective of online learning design for after as evaluation of this finding. Okay, this is what we found from the student perceptions in two key points: usage and effectiveness. This is that in time of design of online learning, the way of the teachers design the learning, applied the strategy, the method. It is that the students perceive that at the average level that with a mean score of 3.51, and then the effectiveness is lower than actually the usage, and then all of component that until overall learning, online learning implementation. So that is why we come in the conclusion that it is still could not, until now, I think we assume that it is could not replace the conventional classroom. Okay, in terms of teacher perception, on their online learning skill necessity and online learning skill and the skills actually they have had actually until now. This is that they perceive that they need the need of the skill of online course design. It is at a very high level, mean 4.3 of 5. So the maximum main score actually 5, maximum level of 5. But here they have 4.3, very close to the 5, meaning that all of their necessity is at almost at top level. However, what they actually their skill level is only at some. This is a quite high level in design, but not obtained the maximum level, maximum score of the online learning skill. And then this is also at high level. This is at average level, resources authenticity, and then time management also at quite high level, but it's still far from that score of 5. And then technical skill is lower than high level, meaning that's still an average level, where this is actually also that important for them to handle to accommodate the student with some activities. And then in overall, they're still that far from the expected the expected skill of online learning. We also conducted correlational analysis from the both of data, student and teachers, and then we found first that frequencies of online learning usage has significant impact on learning effectiveness, meaning to say that more frequent of the teachers using the online learning, this will give impact on effectiveness in using the features, in communicating with students, in giving assignment, in discussion that will give impact on better effectiveness. And then we also found that better quality of online learning increased student effectiveness of learning. What we mean by quality of online learning is the ability of the teachers using the strategy, the various of strategies they applied, and then the method they applied, the various of methods they applied in the learning activities can impact also to effectiveness of online learning. And then the higher of the teacher skill in online learning increase the student engagement. So when the teachers are able to apply some features of in the learning, able to add by others or features using some application, and then using a video, for instance, and other resources that will impact on the student, the ability, the impact on the increasing of student engagement through the learning. Okay, looking at the teacher English proficiency and online learning effectiveness, it is also surprisingly that this gives also that interesting result and the challenging result. What I mean by challenging result, because of that English proficiency and online learning skill have significant relationship, where the teacher English proficiency has a positive relationship with online learning skill, meaning to say the better of English proficiency, the higher of teachers English proficiency will give a positive impact, will increase that online learning skill. And then the teacher's English proficiency has a positive relationship with online learning component in implementation. So in the way of the teachers apply each component, such as what I have at my previous slide, time management, and then the teacher skill, and then design of online learning. So by betters of the teacher's English proficiency will increase the implementation of online component in the classroom, in online learning classroom. And then teachers, and then also the association. This is the result of a regression analysis that we found that teacher English proficiency associated with the online learning skills and implementation, meaning to say this is confirmed that the correlation analysis that actually that teachers English proficiency will give a significant impact on online learning skills and online learning implementation. What to say that teachers also should improve maybe that their English, by exploring, by more practices, more reading that English resources material, and then reading some instruction in English, and whatever that they have to away, with the terms that use in online learning in English. A similar finding across countries also reveal quite similar findings between other research. This is that some researchers that I found that have that in some cases they have similar findings with what I have in my location. Okay, how to make online learning to be more effective? I mean that for the future that we have to find a solution. We have to anticipate these problems about the pedagogical issues, about the teachers skill, and about the lack of features that can be used in online learning. That this is that some might be the suggestion for the future to make how the online learning become more effective. First is platform allows various learning strategies and activities. So we need some platform of online learning activities that provide the students, provide the teachers, that allow the teacher to use that to manage learning strategies and activities. And then also that platform which is able to integrate virtual lab simulation, virtual field, and observation. And then a platform should be able to display actual student learning activities. I mean to say that where can give reported how the frequencies of the students giving comments, and then the frequencies of the students replied, posting or something, and the percentage, for instance, the activities of the student in the class, in the online class, that can be monitored by the teachers through the features, through the facilities of online learning. And then also improving the teacher skill in online learning design and implementation. And then additional features to auto measure student learning activities. This is in our suggestion, in our research endpoint, that what actually expected for the futures online learning, for the futures online learning template that can provide us with the issue of that how the teachers can handle how the conventional strategies can be transformed into online learning class. Okay, from this 5 proposal, let's say that five key points of proposal to anticipate that future online learning to be more effective, to be more efficient, and can engage the students, to optimize the teacher strategies, to optimize the teacher's method of using the features, and so on. We also expected that online learning in the futures can accommodate learning strategies and method in this area. Learning strategies, hybrid online learning strategies. What I mean by hybrid online learning strategies, where we can, in one platform, we can use that face-to-face virtual meeting, and then we can use project-based learning. We can use also forum discussion, and everything that we can use in conventional classroom can also that we can transform into that online learning activities. And then cooperative learning, we can apply cooperative learning, collaborative learning, inquiry learning, experiencing learning, explorative learning, and other strategies that might the teachers have for their own creativities. And then learning method, we can apply discussion, group project, presentation, field work, online field work, and then independent work, and then field survey also, that doing that field survey. Field work, it is quite different than field survey. And then also that field work is that they can come into a simulation where they are working in the field, while survey is conducting, giving the such as that observing, and then give the report to the teachers and then to the group of discussion in online learning. And then case study, problem based learning, and others method that we can should be able to apply in online learning. Okay, I think that's all that I can share with you all. Thank you very much for your presentation, and see you in the next session.
Hello everyone, this is Sangeeta Singh, Digital Learning Lead from GI Smart Campus. Here I am sharing my thoughts on paradigm shift in education and how under the pandemic, education has changed dramatically. With the distinctive rise of e-learning, whereby teaching is undertaken remotely and on digital platforms. With this sudden shift away from classroom in many parts of the globe, some are wondering whether the adoption of online learning will continue to persist post-pandemic and how such a shift would impact the worldwide education. As rightly said by George Leonard, to learn is to change. Education is a process that changes the learner. Change is the only constant thing here to stay. We all face changes every day, whether it is simple change in the weather, our schedule, or expected changes of seasons. And now is a big change that has come in everyone's life is with COVID-19 pandemic, especially in the education sector. Change affects us all and we each deal with change differently. The only constant in life, the only thing we can be sure will happen. What kind of paradigm shift in education are we talking about? For the past few years, we have felt the changes coming, but they hadn't taken shape right from traditional approach to modern and now education with and after COVID-19. Research suggests that online learning has been shown to increase retention of information and takes less time, meaning the changes coronavirus have caused might be here to stay. Lessons for the 21st Century scholar Yuval Noah Harari outlines how schools continue to focus on traditional academic skills and rote learning, rather than on skills such as critical thinking and adaptability, which will be more important for success in the future. Could the move to online learning be the catalyst to create a new, more effective method of educating students? While some worry that the hasty nature of transition online may have hindered this goal, others plan to make e-learning part of their new normal after experiencing the benefits firsthand. If we talk about early approaches, traditional approach had decision by selected group of people with regards to flow of information and knowledge. Teacher moderated and regulated. Standard curriculum was delivered. Students were passive. Academic performance were prioritized. Assessments were through standardized tests. It was a responsive education system. Under modern approach, decision making and responsibilities are shared by stakeholders. Students are active participants in own learning process, and students' well-being are valued. Recognition to students are from different backgrounds and learning. Non-linear process of learning, different types of assessment and feedback at all levels. Rightly said, we have moved from an instruction paradigm in which an instructor transfers knowledge to students to a learning paradigm in which a teacher's role is that of a coach. With availability of resources online, the teacher's role is more of facilitator, guiding and mentoring students. When we talk about a paradigm shift, we have to definitely consider the linear versus horizontal approach, how it affects the emotions and motivation, the curriculum versus instruction, and the most important, competency-based education. Our kids today learn more on internet with their friends than in classrooms. The teacher no longer have all the information. They can find information on screens and applications. Kids know how to look for information when they're interested in something. Thus they don't have to wait for someone to teach to them. We now have proof of something that we have suspected for a long time. Positive emotions improve your comprehension and memory. They also encourage learning. Emotions encourage learning because they reinforce synaptic connections and neuronal network activity. Our old education system is based on the industrial revolution and the labor needs of that system. Creativity, teamwork, conflict resolution, critical thinking, leadership ability, and the innovative ideas are things that business are looking for in people's resumes. Consequently, it is important to study the right thing and capable of doing a lot of things. With competency-based education, we can break in traditional methods of teaching and learning, communication mechanisms, more sophisticated programs, innovative methods and flexibility in learning, be able to access content anytime, anywhere, more affordable fees and different assessment patterns, and various online resources with psychological balance. Competency-based education is definitely supportive, affordable, flexible, equitable, transparent, and personalized. Hence, the importance of competency-based education has really taken a very important role in our education and career. Daily time spent online per capita worldwide from 2011 to 2019 by device clearly shows how much minute time spent online and how technology has taken over in recent few years. Technology has definitely taken a sweep. Research by University Digital Library with one sample subject shows a comparison of traditional teaching learning methods to modern methods. Undoubtedly, we can see how the learning will be impacted in coming future and the future education.
One day my mother gave me her laptop for a project in my school and I saw something called Minecraft. I thought, what is this? First I only used to think that it's just for playing, but then I understood how it can be used further. I created the Egyptian civilization in Minecraft because I thought that a child thinks it is quite boring reading the lessons through the book. But I thought that this also enhances the visual aspect of the child and he finds it interesting. I have mentored students in our school, teachers in our city, state, country, and various educators across the globe also, namely countries like Finland, Russia, Vietnam, Thailand, and many more. I believe that each one can teach 10 and those 10 can teach more other people who will educate other people, and then there will be no one left in this planet who is not educated.
We just saw a video from Microsoft how games can be used for learning with fun, but we all will agree that the machines that humans have built and the algorithms that drive them are challenging the uniqueness of some of the essential constituents of human intelligence. Human beings, including young people, appear increasingly attached to devices and dependent on them. What are the implications for the education? There can be infinite uses of new technology, but if the teachers themselves are not able to bring it into the classroom and make it work, then it fails, as rightly said by Nancy Castle. The coronavirus pandemic appeared as the worst global health disaster of the century. Since the advent of the Second World War II, humankind has experienced the most challenging health emergencies. The COVID-19 has put forward unique challenges in personal and social life spheres. The precautionary measures, including social distancing, called the abrupt closure of educational institutions, leaving the digital solution as the primary mean of continuity in the educational activities.
Sometimes I like online schooling, sometimes I hate it. Cause sometimes I get disconnected and I might miss my teacher's question.
Like having online schooling is not as good as learning in a physical class due to the fact the environment is totally different. Like in class, you have like your classmates to like support you like physically and mentally, but like in online classes, they aren't there like really to like be there for you.
I enjoy all the features you have online, all the consistencies you can have online, but
I can't meet my friends physically, so I might want to go back to school.
Research shows that approximately 1.53 billion learners out of school, 184 countrywide school closure, and 87.6% world total learners impacted. It can be even more. This is just the data. The recent study looks into the very dynamics of receiving education system changes, from delivery methods to new digital solution models. The model shows the challenges, obstacles, and success parameters of online learning management system. The private sector stepped towards to maintain continuity of learning and education provision at all levels of education, including the government sector. With the expert viewpoint, as per one of the journals by Dr. Ursula Martin, said that COVID-19 has shined a light on the education system worldwide. Many educators have had to really evaluate their teaching methods and determine whether they have truly been meeting the needs of all of their students. Virtual learning has become a way of life, as COVID-19 has forced many students to learn from home as well as many teachers to teach from home. As virtual learning is continuously being evaluated, there is a need to look back to life before the 2020 pandemic to see if there has always been a need for virtual learning and compare it to the reality of today. Virtual learning did not just evolve with COVID-19. The question is, was there a need for a virtual learning prior to COVID-19 pandemic? As an educator, my answer is yes. As educators think past the COVID days of COVID-19, being locked down is only being partially back in session. Virtual learning should still be considered in a way for students that are unable to be present in school to continue to learn with their classmates and teachers. At this point, as many administrators and educators are looking ahead with the hope that there will be no more COVID-19, plans should be considered for how virtual learning will continue to be a part of learning process for students. Research shows staggering impact on global education, number of learners impacted by national school closures worldwide. As we gear towards a new normal of learning, the government should be compelled to tackle burdens students face in light of online learning. It should respond to realities and limitations faced by the learners amid COVID-19 and perhaps what the new normal entails. As an educator, I believe that the main goal of education is to develop learners that are resilient enough to withstand crisis and be able to address challenges effectively. This is the key to achieving, which is respectful of each one's strength and weakness and of humans' rights and freedoms. It is imperative to veer away from conventional performance indicators and focus more on ways to build one's ability and character. Students need to get enough stock to be able to attain good mental endurance. Lessons should also focus on shaping and strengthening one's resilience, sense of empathy, and sense of purpose amid trying times. To get the full benefit of online learning, there needs to be a concerted effort to provide a structure and go beyond replicating a physical class lecture through video capabilities, instead using a range of collaboration tools and engagement methods and promoting inclusion, personalization, and intelligence. What has been made clear through this pandemic is the importance of disseminating knowledge across borders, companies, and all parts of society. If online technology can play a role here, it is incumbent upon all of us to explore its full potential. School closures have put children's learning, nutrition, mental health, and overall development at risk. Closed schools also make screening and delivery for child protection services more difficult. Areas of action should be the partners will support the design and implementation of school reopening strategies that include comprehensive services to support children's education, health, psychosocial well-being, and other needs. Mission objective is to enable all children to return to school and to a supportive learning environment, which also addresses their health and psychological well-being and other needs. As world embarks upon her journey to recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, the future of education is a major concern. The education sector was one of the hardest hit during the pandemic, with schools shutting down and classes turning to online e-learning. Now the question arises, where do schools go from here? We need to reimagine education, post-pandemic inequality and inclusivity, inequality in digitalized education, role of educational technology, and education in future. Why was there not more known or heard about virtual learning? Were the resources available to provide learning in this way? Yes, they were. Were teachers aware of the access to the necessary tools for virtual learning? Yes and no. But maybe not for use in the way that is currently being implemented today. There are many questions as to whether there was a need or a place for virtual learning prior to COVID 19. One way to answer this question is to evaluate the reality of virtual learning today. As per Channel News Asia commentary, indeed educators have had to play new roles like nurses, IT support and social workers all at once. Suddenly becoming health promoters overnight, educators had to first educate students about safety measures such as social distancing, wipe down routines and personal hygiene, and take actions to keep concerns from worried parents at bay. They also had to pay greater attention to students' emotional health. Second, many educators were taken by surprise by the abrupt closure of educational institutions. They had to assume the role of information and communication technology champions and managers. Most have experienced a steep learning curve, grappling with the task of editing videos and conducting lessons through digital platforms without the familiarity of face-to-face contact with their students. They also had to familiarize their students with this new way of learning. Education after COVID 19 will definitely shift from teaching culture to learning culture. We all need to rethink learning. Think beyond classrooms, more people driven learning, social and emotional well being of teachers and students, and learners to be taken care of, and teachers learning alongside students. Despite initial challenges, the good news is many have emerged winner and adept at this task. Educators have risen to the challenge of returning to the roots to find fresh ways to spark creativity, interest, and learning.
What does the future hold for education? In 5 years? 10? What will learning be like for students, and how will teachers instruct? And what role will security and IT operations play in keeping critical functions online and facilities and data secure? Today, the learning experience is already extending beyond the classroom. Soon, on-demand and more personalized learning will make it even easier for students to fit school into their own schedules and learn in the way that best suits them. Finishing a course will be based on the knowledge you've acquired, not a specific date. Augmented reality, digital images superimposed on live content, and virtual reality, an artificial 3D environment, are some of the hottest technologies today. In education, they can allow students to visit monuments, explore Mars, and even travel back in time. Artificial intelligence, or AI, is the ability for computerized machines to mimic human thought processes. It could make it possible to personalize the delivery of information and assessments to an individual. It could also shift the role of the teacher to that of a facilitator, supplementing the AI lessons and helping struggling students. And for academic research and discoveries, AI could help break through boundaries we can't even conceive right now. Everything you do today and tomorrow, from capturing lessons to enhancing research capabilities with AI, depends on a strong IT infrastructure foundation. All your systems, network, mobility, collaboration, security, data center, need to work together seamlessly to support the changing landscape of education.
Rightly said by Anthony Salcedo, students will use tech to embrace seamless learning. It cannot replace a teacher, but it is definitely a great aid to enhance teaching and learning. The reality of virtual learning today is that it has been a lifesaver in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. As many school systems were forced to close for the safety of students and teachers, virtual learning became a way of life to keep students from falling behind in their learning. Today's reality has also shed light on areas as educators we need to work on to meet the needs of all students. And as per our Minister Wong of Singapore rightly said, more important than content is the mindset that we need to inculcate in our young people. The mindset must be one of agility, adaptability, and the ability to keep on learning throughout our life. My special thanks to all those people who have made and released these and shared their resources, their thoughts on changing education system. I'm greatly inspired by them. Also, the videos that I have taken in the presentation, I would like to thank them and I have highlighted them there. Thank you again. And special thanks to European Digital Week for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas and thoughts and my presentation on paradigm shift in education, present and future. You can find me on LinkedIn. Sangeeta Singh signing off here. Thank you.
Hello there, and welcome to my presentation on entering your heritage career digitally during COVID-19. So my name's Vicky, and I'm a master's graduate from the University of Southampton, where I got my MSc Business and Heritage Management Masters last year. And prior to that, I did my undergraduate degree also at the University of Southampton in Archaeology and History. I've been working in the heritage industry paid for the last 3 years or so, and prior to that I did lots of voluntary experience in heritage, so I feel like I've amassed some knowledge as an early careerist and what it's like to start out in the industry. So part of the reason why I want to do this presentation today is when the pandemic hit last year, I was actually looking for my first graduate role. I was lucky enough to have a paid museum role in front of house where I was unfortunately furloughed like a lot of museum professionals were. And during that time while I was on furlough, I realised how difficult it was going to be to find another heritage role just because of the impacts of the pandemic and lockdown and just the limitation on jobs that happened. So I hope this presentation will be helpful to you if you're an early careerist or a career mover, or you're just looking for ways to make yourself seem as attractive as possible to employers. I hope that there will be something here for you. So the agenda for the presentation today is, firstly, we're just going to discuss the impacts of COVID-19. Obviously, this is all my personal opinion, so everyone will have a different opinion or a different experience during the pandemic, but this is just how I've seen COVID-19 and its effect on the industry. Next, we'll talk about having an online presence and why it's important, because prior to COVID, I hadn't really thought about how employers were seeing me online. And actually, I think as the world moves forward and it becomes more digital, it's more and more important to make yourself look employable online. Then we'll just do some sort of back to basics, practical skills on CV writing and cover letter writing, because I think prior to COVID, I thought my CV and cover letter were good, but in hindsight, they could definitely have been better. And as the first thing that employers see of you, you want them to be excellent and to really shine. Next, we'll talk about social media and how to craft yourself sort of a social media presence, because lots of museum professionals, as well as other heritage professionals, have their own like personal and professional social media where they can connect with other like-minded individuals. So we'll talk about the importance of that and how to do that. And finally, I'll just give some resources. Obviously, the list of resources is endless. These are just specific resources I found really helpful while I was applying for my first role. So firstly, the impact of COVID-19 on the heritage industry. As I'm sure you're aware, there are lots of negative impacts of COVID-19 on heritage as well as retail. Anything front of house customer facing had to be shut down, and most professionals were working from home. So I compiled this list of statistics. Obviously, there are lots of statistics from lots of different reports. The ones I've used you can find in my bibliography at the end. Most museums, 95%, were closed during the pandemic, which meant most museum professionals were working from home. And unfortunately, as other industries had a similar fate, there were lots of redundancies. So 13% of permanent staff and 27% of temporary staff, amassing to the best part of 5,000 redundancies. And in terms of museums themselves, 1 in 10 may never reopen, and 30% of museums may have to downsize to still be financially viable. So you can see the negative impact that COVID had. But if you read between the lines, for early careerists, people like me who were just breaking into the industry and looking for their first full-time role, there weren't the jobs there because museums had their own issues, you know, that they weren't putting out the job adverts, and the job adverts that did go out were so competitive because you were going up against people that had faced redundancy themselves and were looking for another role, also people that were changing careers who had a lot of experience. So for me personally, I experienced a lot of rejections, and that was really disheartening because a lot of them were for roles that I thought I'd be really good at and thought I had the experience for. So my personal journey, when I was doing my degrees, I worked really hard to amass sort of a voluntary base of experience, because heritage is difficult to break into even at the best of times, because there's so much competition and so much experience and knowledge. There are so many people that are interested in so many different things and have really unique skill sets. So I knew that once I'd finished my degrees, I wanted to make myself as competitive as possible. So I did various volunteering placements, internships in collections, front of house, events, just everything I could get my hands on really, just to make myself seem as enthusiastic as possible. And I was lucky enough to land myself a front of house museum role before the pandemic hit that I was then furloughed from. But whilst I was on furlough, I did recognise that my next role might have to be slightly different, because I wasn't able to continue showing my enthusiasm through voluntary placement. So I didn't really have anything current on my CV that I was doing, to make myself seem, as attractive as possible. So I tried to do some online courses and sort of continue my personal and professional development from home, just to show that I was still willing and able while I was not able to be there in person, basically. And I thought that my CV was all singing, all dancing, but in hindsight, I definitely think it could have been better, and I could have capitalised more on the experience that I had, and we'll discuss that more when we talk about CV writing. So firstly, the importance of an online presence. So like I said, I hadn't really thought much about my personal online presence, and I thought that social media was just for personal use. But then I started to have a look at how many institutions and companies were using social media and had their own online presence, and especially when the pandemic hit, how they moved online almost. So when I started to look into this, as you can see sort of from the list there, UNESCO identified 600 references to online resources from all across the globe really, including online meet and greets, sort of digital tours, exhibitions that went online, as well as social media activity, Facebook groups and sort of Twitter hashtags and games and ways to get the public to interact with each other and with museums. So that sort of digital engagement went really, really crazy. So the pictures there are just two of my favourite innovations to come out of COVID-19. So the first one is Cocktails with a Curator, that was on YouTube. I really, really enjoyed this series. I watched it quite a few times during lockdown, because it gave a more personal approach to archaeology and history, because you sat down with a curator sort of, and it felt like over a glass of wine, and they told you their favourite bits of the collection, and it almost created that like social history side of things, which I thought was really such a good idea and really, really fun. And then the second one is #Curator Battle, which is where on Twitter pictures were shared from different museums, and it just created a new way to network really, because museums were all talking to each other, the public could see it and get involved and comment and hashtag and tweet, and that started to get me thinking about networking. And although I wasn't able to network in person, which is really important as an early careerist to meet sort of like-minded professionals, people were doing it online, and maybe I needed to have a think about how I could do that. So like I said, due to all of the negative impact of COVID, there was a lack of opportunities to meet in person, and everything moved online. So for me as a student, online lectures, but also everything moved to emails and phone calls and Zoom meetings and Microsoft Teams meetings. And once I started to recognise that, I was like, oh, maybe I need to find a way to go online too. So I started to consider my online footprint. When you start to look at all of the institutions that are online, I mean, these are just a few that I was interested in. On LinkedIn, you've got loads of different companies and institutions that engage with their LinkedIn following, and they post and give you updates, and they give job adverts as well on LinkedIn. So I started to see more engagement there, as well as Twitter and Instagram, where museums, as well as archaeological units, heritage bodies, GEM, which has job adverts as well, start to tweet a lot. I mean, they were tweeting a lot already, but you would see it more online. It was more active. Instagram was more active, and so was Twitter. So then I started to consider what people could see of me online. So the first thing obviously that employers see a lot of the time is your CV and cover letter. So I started to consider my CV and cover letter, and I had a lot of feedback from the roles that I was rejected from, and that's one bit of advice: always ask for feedback, even if you don't really want it and you think that you're doing well. They might just pick up on something you hadn't recognised, and I definitely found that. I was told at one point just to try and shorten my cover letter a little bit because it was over a page, and obviously I have a role now, and I like to think that that sort of advice made me an attractive candidate when I got invited to interview. So in terms of your CV, and this is really back to basics, just making your CV as personable and interesting as possible, because employers will be reading lots of CVs and you want to make yours stand out as much as possible. So the first thing I did when I changed my CV was to add a picture of me, because especially if you weren't meeting in person, then they might never get to see you. So you just give them an indication of who you are through a picture, and mine shows that I'm confident and friendly and hopefully interesting. But also in terms of the CV itself, just making sure that it was short and sweet. I would say that, you know, it should be a maximum 2 pages. I think mine's just under 2 pages now. But if you're really early career, you know, if you can get it all on 1 page, then excellent, without it being not detailed enough. You know, there is definitely a balance. But also making sure it's well ordered. So just simply having your most recent experience at the top and earlier experience at the bottom, and making sure that, let's say you were stating that you'd worked in archiving and you'd carried boxes. Don't just say you carried boxes, say that you assisted the post-excavation team with archiving. You know, show the experience that you've got, because you didn't just carry boxes, and you need to show how your experience fits into the wider picture. So I definitely had a revamp of my CV in that way. And it is really simple. There's lots of templates online that will help you, so never be afraid to sort of have a bit of a Google and look at other people's CVs and see if there are things you can pick up on from there. Very similar, your covering letter. If you have a theme on your CV, try and carry it through to your covering letter. It will just make you look more professional and that you've taken more care and time to make them fit together. I would also say try and make your covering letter 1 page, because yes, recruiters will be reading lots of covering letters and CVs, and you don't want to bore them by having a really long CV and covering letter. Make sure that covering letters are headed appropriately. This is one thing that I was actually doing wrong when I applied for one of my roles, and I had some feedback that my covering letter was a bit too long, and also that the addresses weren't formatted right. So I had a Google of how to format cover letters, and that really helped me. Make sure it's concise and it has a formal tone. You know, don't go too relaxed. Make sure it seems professional, but also show that you're confident. Don't ever say, I think I can do this role. You say, I'm confident that I have the skills to do this role, and this is why. And then everything that you said in your CV, you give examples of in your covering letter. So if you said that you're a really good team worker in your CV, in your covering letter, you say, I've worked with 5 different teams, and I team led this team, and this is all my team working experience. So give a specific example from at some point in your career where you've done that, and then they'll work amazingly together. So that's just some practical advice. Obviously Google has lots more than that but that's just my personal advice. Then next, how to craft yourself on social media. I think the first thing I did was I privated all of my personal social media, just because I think it makes you seem more professional, and then I have more control over what people are seeing of me, because on your personal social media your friends might post things that you might not necessarily want associated to you in a work sense. So I think just privating your personal social media for data protection as well is just like a smart thing to do. But firstly, I'd like to talk about LinkedIn. So LinkedIn I really discovered during COVID, during the lockdown, because prior to that I kind of thought it was more for tech businesses, because I've got a lot of friends that work in sort of software engineering and things like that who raved about LinkedIn, and I always thought, well, for heritage it's not really like that, like you don't really have LinkedIn. But when I started to look at the companies that use LinkedIn, I realised that those are a lot of companies that I would like to work for, so I should really be getting more serious about LinkedIn. So my advice is create a LinkedIn if you don't already have one, but make sure you've got a professional photograph of high quality, something that you would want employers to see if even if you can get some friends to take some professional photos of you, that's better than having something that you would have on one of your personal social media. And then make sure you're using it for networking. Obviously, you have a lot of companies and individuals on there, so you have the opportunity to contact people in similar roles to you and sort of meet like-minded individuals and even ask some questions sometimes, if it's appropriate. And what I found in my experience is a lot of people are happy to get back to you and help you, especially if they're already in the career you're interested in. So that sort of exchange of knowledge is just networking. It's networking that, especially during the pandemic, you couldn't get in person, but some of these people are all across the globe, so you would never get the in-person chance anyway. So it's that digital networking that I think is so important moving forward. And next, Twitter, another way to sort of communicate with people. You can create your own professional work Twitter, which I've tried to do myself, but it's still in its early days at the moment. So I am working on it, but I'm so busy at the moment. But definitely it's one of my year plans to work more on my professional Twitter. But it's another way to get in contact with like-minded individuals and retweet and comment on tweets and just stay in contact and up to date with what's going on in heritage at the moment, because you never know, if you go to an interview, someone might ask you a question and we've just seen a tweet about it. That shows that you're really involved in the community and really enthusiastic about it. So I think Twitter and LinkedIn are my favourite sort of real-time engagement platforms, but also there's other social media. So Instagram, Facebook, company websites. I would just look and see where the companies you're interested in working for or individuals you're interested in working for are most active, and then try and promote yourself there and create a profile and see if that's a way you can get some feedback. So finally, some online resources for early careerists. Obviously, this has all been my personal opinion and I don't have any affiliations to the companies I've mentioned. They've just been helpful for me. In terms of resources, there's loads out there, and I would definitely recommend having a Google and seeing what's interesting or helpful for you. But these are just a few I've compiled together that while I was applying for jobs I found really helpful. So firstly, the Leicester Museum's job desk. This is one of my favourite resources. I recommend this to a lot of friends because they post weekly, mostly museum-based jobs, but also they have some voluntary positions on there, and yes, they update all the time, so it's worth just seeing what's out there and in your area. Secondly, Badger, the British Archaeological Jobs and Resources website, which is for more archaeology-based roles, but they also have resources of how to write applications and also some training resources, so also definitely worth checking out if you're in the sector. Next, Arts Jobs, which is a bit more broad and has sort of more range, but still has museum-based and some archaeology-based roles that I've seen on there, so also definitely worth checking out. And then courses and training. So like I said earlier, if you're looking for a role at the moment and you can't get in-person volunteering, because I know a lot of places still have COVID regulations, definitely look into what online training or learning you can do to show that you're still enthusiastic, because I do think one of the things that got me my current role and the role prior to that was showing that even though we were locked down as a country, I was still trying my best to put myself out there and trying to find opportunities by doing online courses and expanding my knowledge base whilst I was furloughed during lockdown. So these are a few online course websites: FutureLearn, Coursera, there are MOOCs, and then look at individual museum websites or museum association that they do offer sometimes free courses, sometimes you have to pay, but I personally have just done free courses as of yet. And also the South East Museums and South West Museums, which if you're already in a museum-based role, they offer some free training, so definitely worth checking on their website as well. So these are my final thoughts. Obviously, COVID created a very negative impact in the heritage industry, which I think we will still be experiencing for a lot of time now. I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon. But one positive that's come out of that is this new way of networking that was definitely there before, but I think has been more capitalised on by professionals and professional bodies now. So it's almost created a way for early careerists to meet each other and other like-minded individuals and discuss how they can further their career. I mean, there's nothing to stop you on LinkedIn if you find someone that, you know, obviously it's appropriate to approach, to ask them if there's anything they would recommend you do that can help you get the role you want. You know, if they have any advice for you. And in my experience, people are really willing to help, especially during such a tough time for early careerists and people trying to break into the industry. And I think without face-to-face meetings, it's ever more crucial that you have an online presence and you monitor what people are viewing of you online. So making sure that your CV and cover letter are as good as they can be, and that, you know, if someone Googles your name, they find your work Twitter or your LinkedIn, which, you know, it looks professional and you have a good picture of you on there, and, you know, it just shows who you are as a professional. And I think as we move forward, all of these things will remain important, even as we come out of lockdowns and hopefully stay out of lockdowns. It will still remain important. So I hope that you've taken something away from this presentation and that it's been helpful in some way. I've really enjoyed doing this, and I think as an early careerist myself, I'm really excited to hear what some of you think about this. So this is my bibliography, which includes some of the reports and things that I've referenced throughout. And thank you so much for watching. I hope you found it helpful.
Thank you so much, Digital for Foundation, for organizing this event. It is a truly a pleasure to be here. I'll give a little presentation about myself. I am Bruna Ramalho de Lamba. I am an archaeologist based in Lisbon, Portugal. For the last 2 years of my career, I have been outspoken in the need for investment, physical and intellectual accessibility, and education in cultural heritage. Today, I will be speaking about an inclusive archaeology with the help of digitization of heritage by photogrammetry, 3D models, and even virtual reality. So why not? Why is technology so important to cultural heritage? Cultural heritage is facing major challenges as the years go by, and we will address some of them. So technology, either be LiDAR, laser scan, photogrammetry, 3D models, virtual reality, you name it, can preserve cultural heritage. It is essential to preserve cultural heritage because we know physically we can't preserve everything. It's impossible. Cultural heritage will always be susceptible to any decisions that humans make for it, either be an individual decision or a collective decision. Cultural heritage will always be vulnerable to it. Technology will make it possible for everyone to visit cultural heritage, thus promoting inclusivity and accessibility in a worldwide range. And it will educate to cultural heritage. In the first topic, to preserve cultural heritage, I will give most of my examples to Portugal, as that is the case that I know better. Obviously, we don't have war zones in Portugal, so I will give the most famous example, which is the city of Palmyra, that was destroyed by the Islamic State in 2015. This place had been investigated for a number of years, and it had a good investment to it. So why was it not preserved via digitization? We could still visit it as it was then. As a whole, we could visit it as it truly was meant to be visited, because now it was always ruins, but now it's absolutely sad to see the pictures of that place as it is now. It would be a wonder if we could visit it as it was then. Obviously, zones affected by climate change represent a huge liability when it comes to preserve cultural heritage. For example, in Portugal, we have the region of Alentejo, which is extremely dry and extremely hot. So we have, for example, a region that needed to be constructed a dam to prevent any more drought in that place. So that construction of that dam was going to endanger lots and lots of archaeological places that had to be documented in record time in the early 2000s. And obviously, photogrammetry and 3D models were not applied as much back then. It would have been amazing if that was, because some places are absolutely beautiful. This is one of them that you can still visit it. It's not totally submerged, but as you can see, the water is extremely close to it. It does submerge a few rocks, and these places have to be digitized to be visited, because one day no one will be able to access it. And what we want to promote is accessibility and inclusivity. Other places that constitute a huge danger to cultural heritage is in construction sites. For example, we have a recent example here from last year that an early modern ship was discovered while digging to make, I believe, offices. So all of this ship was recorded with photogrammetry. Obviously, all the pieces were preserved, but it will never be whole again as we found it. It will never be in situ again. So it is absolutely amazing that this place was preserved that way. We can visit, analyze the context every time we want to, thus making more knowledge, because knowledge in archaeology does evolve pretty much every day. So what we know today might not be what we know tomorrow, and it's good that we can have these places preserved with photogrammetry to visit them anytime we want. The other example is the Palace of Marquês de Marialva. It was discovered while making an underground parking lot in Lisbon in 1999, so 22 years ago. It was demolished, so there is not a single vestige of this palace. But the photogrammetry was around at that time, so wouldn't it be amazing if we could climb up those stairs and walk through those hallways and reconstruct that palace as it was then, because this palace was destroyed during the 1755 earthquake in Lisbon, and it was discovered nearly intact, the base of it, pretty much. It could have been reconstructed virtually, and you could still visit it. It's a monument that you will never, ever get to see again. Not even me, for example, and I would have loved to it. For example, these are more recent examples. This chapel was demolished in Elvas this year. It was not studied. It was not recorded in any way. So now we can never analyze its architecture, its frescoes. It can never be visited again. And digitizing this place could have prevented it. The same happens to this national monument, which is the highest classification we have in Portugal. Was demolished in Estremoz in the beginning of this year, also to become a hotel. So this place, which is a nobility house, will never be visited again, will never be studied again. There is knowledge that will forever be missing, and the history and memories that will never get to be known, because this place was not preserved with alternative ways, as some people like to call it, the digitization of cultural heritage. Some people will never get the chance to see this again and to know more about it. And we can't not allow this to happen again. Also, agricultural practices do endanger a lot of cultural heritage. For example, this dolmen was destroyed last year because the owner was planting almond trees, or intended to plant almond trees. This dolmen was destroyed. It will never be put back together again. It could have been preserved for a longer time if there was an investment in digitize all of these places that are in national interest at the very least, and they could have been studied once again, because knowledge does evolve and could have been visited by many more people, and newer generations that are to come, they will never have the chance to visit these places. As I was telling, these sites can be saved if they are digitized, because war will continue to destroy cultural heritage. Same with climate change, even more with climate change. It's a pressing matter today. Construction sites, because there is a notion that the old must give its place to the new. And that is not true. Both can coexist and be preserved together. So there is an old notion that has to be fought. And obviously agricultural practice will continue to endanger cultural heritage, as we saw. So how to preserve all of these places that are in danger, thus promoting accessibility and inclusivity, digitizing these places is one of the many ways that we can go, but is the most I believe, mesmerizing way for younger generations that are digital, and the next generations that haven't been born yet, they will be even more digital, and we need to be thinking about them as well. As I said, accessibility and inclusivity are the key words to this presentation. All of those places that are digitized can be visited. If there is something that the COVID-19 pandemic has taught the cultural heritage community, is that many historical sites and museums can be visited virtually. Although nothing will ever compare to the real physical visit, 3D models have been a wonder for everyone that uses them, and they are mesmerizing and incredibly useful, not only to those that are not the scientific community, but to the public as in general. The digitization of culture places will always promote a proximity to other cultures and heritage. Accessibility and inclusivity are keywords. We need to think of them more often. We need to think of cultural heritage not only as local, but global. There is no reason for someone in another country not be able to visit another country cultural heritage, because some people will never have the chance, either by economic means, for example, to visit the Egyptian pyramids. And we need to think about those people as well. Last but not least, we need to educate to cultural heritage. As years go by, we notice a decrease in investment, and not only in cultural heritage preservation and study, but also in communication of cultural heritage and history and communication of science. It is absolutely worthless to record, investigate, and to communicate to the scientific community when the public should be always the primary recipient and beneficiary of the information that is produced. Digitizing monuments and art and culture should not be for the prime benefit of those that will study it, or that those that might come to study it in the future. The local community will always exist. They will always have an interest in it, and we need to keep fomenting that desire for them to be included in their own cultural heritage. We need to motivate them to keep that interest and that wonder about their past, which is and their memory, which are also keywords. We need to preserve the past. We need to preserve memory. Lots of people have memory of those places, and they need to be listened to, and we need to always communicate for them, I believe, first, then communicating to the scientific community. Also, there is a huge problem that has to be addressed when children and teenagers are in school. For example, history is one of the least favorite subjects in Portugal. We have national exams, and the grades in history even go as can be lower than the grades at math. So the younger generation is not fond of history, and they should be. Children and teenagers generally don't understand the connection of cultural heritage to history, and don't find museums and historical sites engaging enough. But everything that is digital, as I have expressed, the younger generation is more digital. They find the digital extremely engaging, extremely motivating and mesmerizing, and they will nearly always pay attention if anything is digitized. finally, using the digitization of local and national cultural heritage sites can be aid to the lecture of history, as we have already discussed, and throughout its entire chronology is an asset, as it will be different and engaging. For example, let's digitize a whole Roman city, which we have in Portugal, so why not teach the Romans with focus to that city? Or let's digitize this entire convent, as it is a part of this part of history. Let's make history more diverse, more fun to teach and to learn. Also, this asset, I believe, will promote the diminution of vandalism and other nefarious actions in historical sites. People that usually don't understand the value and the importance of something tend to destroy it. In conclusion, we can absolutely understand that digitization of cultural heritage is important, is extremely urgent and necessary. It represents an incredible asset, not only to those that work and study heritage, but also to the ones that enjoy exploring it and learn more. The public has to be always the top priority when it concerns the preservation of sites and knowledge, the accessibility and inclusion in their own heritage, and to be educated to preserve it. And so with that, I thank you all.
Hello dear attendances, welcome to European Digital Week. Thank you for joining us, and thanks all the officials whose great job helped us to gather here and talk about digital heritage. I'm Mohammad Farsi Madan, a PhD holder of archaeology, a specialist in Islamic art. I'm here to share one of my experiences of using photogrammetry on Islamic monuments. I'm not here to teach you photogrammetry. I'm not here to talk about different methods. I'm just here to show you how I used photogrammetry to reach to my goal. So I hope it could be helpful for you to use photogrammetry in your way and to reach your goal. It has lots of potentials, and I hope I can be able to show one of its special potentials about Islamic monuments. So let us begin. Today we're going to talk about digitization of epigraphs on Islamic monuments by photogrammetry. First of all, what is an epigraph? An epigraph is a piece of inscription that is written on the walls of a monument as decoration. Look at the picture. This is an epigraph. Epigraphs have been widely used on Islamic monuments throughout the Islamic era. Epigraphs play two important roles on Islamic monuments. First of all, they decorate the monument. It is the simplest role of epigraphs. But secondly, and the most important role of the epigraphs is representing the monument's builders' worldview or their opinion. So their tendencies in religion matters or political matters. So it's very important for us as scholars in archaeology, history, or theology, to study epigraphs carefully and in details. Why do we need photogrammetry for documenting monuments epigraph? Because these pieces of art are usually placed in high places, made in large sizes, or made in lengthy shapes. So, because of those reasons, they are nearly impossible to be documented efficiently in one photo. It's almost impossible. First of all, let us take a look on what were the old-fashioned ways to document an epigraph. Oldest way was writing the contents of an epigraph, which it had many weaknesses. First weakness. The person who was documenting the epigraph could not read all the epigraph by themselves. Why? Because the fonts of them are traditional and almost forgotten these days. Few scholars in the world are able to read these forgotten fonts precisely. Number two, the person could read it, but not completely. So because there weren't any pictures of the epigraph, nobody was able to correct them. Second way was, and still is, writing the contents of an epigraph with taking one or few photos. But photos have perspective and are not so useful for next researchers to correct the mistakes, and also they couldn't depict big or lengthy epigraphs completely. Third way was, and still is, mapping the epigraph. Although it is the most precise way among the traditional ways, but it has some weaknesses for itself. For example, it needs a huge manpower or costs a long time for doing it by one person and needs scaffolding around the building. It has some potential dangers even for the building, for the monument, because you need to be in touch with the building. Number two, it is vulnerable to human mistakes. Number three, it doesn't provide any information about color or texture of the epigraph. And here you can see an example for mapping of an epigraph. Now, let me have a short review. What is the photogrammetry? In a simple word, photogrammetry is the technique of making 3D models out of 2D images. These models can be metric and come in use for remote sensing. The logic of the technique is the same to the human eyes. We have two eyes, and two eyes from two different points look at the same object. Then the brain merged two pictures into one 3D object. It is called binocular vision. And now here, you can see a representing picture for binocular vision. Therefore, you need to have every point of your subject at least in 2 photos. Look at this picture. If this is your subject, you need every point on the subject in at least 2 photos. So it's obvious that having each point in more photos give you a better result. But in order to reach to the mentioned goal, covering all the points in as more as pictures that we can, and having a good 3D model, you need to take a lot of systematic photos from the object. Look at this picture, a graphic representation of camera positions. All these blue squares are photos. Look at them, they shaped S3. So this is the systematic way of taking photos. Look at the subject. It is a vase here, a small vase. So we need to cover each point in as many as photos that we can. But sometimes your subject is a building. In case of buildings, it gets a bit harder to achieve to your goal. Look at this building. It's a relatively big building with lots of different decorations, different shapes, and lots of blind spots from the ground. So you have big areas with different shapes, and you need a good strategy and sufficient tools to do it. When I say sufficient tools, I'm talking about, for example, heli shots. Look at all these blue squares. These are photos. These photos have been taken by heli shot. However, in this lecture, we are going to review a low budget project and see that how much it could be useful. As all of you know, in undeveloped or developing countries, we have shortage of modern tools. So we need to devise inexpensive ways to reach to our goal. So let us go to our case study. Sheikh Safiuddin Khanqah and Shrine Ensemble in Ardabil. It is a complex of buildings. This is an aerial photo from the complex. So let me give you some information about the complex. Look at here. This is the Allah Allah Dome, the burial of the Sheikh Safi. Sheikh Safi is ancestor of Safavid kings. This building is Haram Khane, and this one is Shah Ismail's tomb. Shah Ismail is the founder of Safavid kingdom. This building is Chini Khane, and this one is Darul Huffaz Hall. Here this one is Jannat Sara. And here we have Shah Abbasi Gate, which is the entrance to main courtyard. And finally, here we have Darul Hadith. The complex dates back to 16th century AD, mainly built by Safavid kings. It is the burial site of important pre-Safavid and Safavid characters. And also there are numerous religious and non-religious epigraphs on the building walls. So, as you can see, this complex highly represent the worldview of Safavid kings by its epigraphs. This important Safavid piece of architecture has more than 100 epigraphs in various shapes and sizes. That makes each of them difficult or impossible to be documented in one shot. Here you can see an orthophoto or a non-perspective image from the Darul Huffaz Hall facade. Let's see some of the difficult epigraphs to document in traditional ways. For example, here we have Shah Abbasi Gate. The entrance gate has a 3D inscription that started on the right side here, then continues on the middle side here, and finally ends on the left side that you cannot see it here. So it's impossible to document this epigraph as one picture and even in 3 pictures. It will have perspective effect that makes it hard to read. Perspective makes these epigraphs hard to read from images. But when you make a 3D model, you can have it in one image without perspective, with high amount of details. Next one, Darul Huffaz entrance. This entrance gate has a belt-shaped epigraph around it. Look at here. The red color shows the place of belt-shaped epigraph. The height of this epigraph is about 10 meters. So it's useless to document it in 1 or even 2 or 3 pictures. But here, after making 3D model out of it, you can have it in one image without perspective, with high amount of details. And the last example, which I'm going to talk about my strategy of taking photos to make 3D model out of it. Allah Allah Dome circular epigraph. Circular epigraph. It has a circular epigraph around its neck, under its dome. It's in height of about 11 meters and it has lots of details. Look at this picture. It has lots of details in a small size. Now we will see how I planned my strategy for taking photos in this case. So what were my tools? I just had a DSLR camera with 135mm lens and a gaming laptop to process the images. No different lenses, no scaffolding, no heli shots, and no one to help me. Now, photoshoot strategy. For a good photogrammetry result from a big subject like which we have here, a big subject, we need 3 sets of photos. 3 sets of photos. Firstly, it is needed to capture the whole subject. First set of photos are supposed to capture the whole shape of the subject. For this goal, a series of photos with the least focal length 15 millimeters has been taken, as well as the one that you can see here. This is one of the photos from the first set. All the photos maintained at least 80% overlap with each other. Because your photos are going to be processed by photogrammetry softwares, this software needs to understand the connection between your photos. Because of that, you need a high amount of overlap. 80% of each photo should be in its next and previous photos. You should be very careful when you're taking photos. Secondly, it is needed to take some mid-range photos for acting as connection between first and third sets. For this goal, a series of photos with the focal length of 35 millimeters from the roof and 70 millimeters from the yard has been taken, as well as the one that you can see here. Look at this picture. This is one of the photos from the second set. All the photos maintained at least 60% overlap with each other. And now, thirdly, it is needed to take some fully zoomed photos for capturing details. Why I use a zoomed lens here? Because I didn't have a scaffolding around the building. I needed to zoom to capture details, like the picture that you can see here. For this goal, a series of photos with the maximum focal length 135 millimeters has been taken. All the photos maintained at least 50% overlap with each other. With 80% of overlap, there will be lots of photos, and it will be very hard for photogrammetry software to process them. Not with a high-tech computer, no. For a simple gaming laptop, it will be very hard to process. Here, you can see path of outside taken photos by me. Red dots are those photos that I've taken from the yard. Look at all these red dots, all of them toward the Allah Allah dome. Yellow dots are photos that I've taken from the roofs. From the roofs. Look at all these yellow dots. I tried to cover all the aspects of Allah Allah Dome and its circular epigraph. But if you look at here, it is surrounded by Haram Khane and Shah Ismail tomb. It was nearly impossible to take sufficient photos from here. So there is a deficiency in my work for this part of the circular epigraph, but I think it can be corrected in the future by taking more photos with scaffolding. Now, let us take a short review from modeling process. The modeling process has been done by a photogrammetry software through the following steps. When your photos are taken, you need to upload them in one of those photogrammetry softwares in the market. Photogrammetry softwares take some steps to create a 3D model. First of all, they align all the images. The software creates a cloud of points from your subject. If the point cloud is okay and you think there is no deficiency in your work, you can go to the next step, shaping 3D model. The software shapes a 3D model from your subject. And then, if the 3D model is okay, you can go for adding color and texture. And again, the software add color and texture from your pictures to the final model. Look at here. We have the high detailed model of the circular epigraph. And here is the result, final result. We have a circular epigraph as a flat image. Last word, although it was an inexpensive project, it provided useful and unique results. Why I say unique results? Because lots of monuments, epigraphs have not been documented this way yet. And there are not sufficient funds for doing all of them by responsible organizations, again, in undeveloped or developing countries. The responsible organizations have not enough budget to do photogrammetry projects for their monuments. So, an interested researcher with a camera, a laptop, and a little patience can achieve accepted results in this field. Not the best results, no, but accepted results. So it's better to try, and we can be better and better day by day. So, dear attendances, in the new world, we have new means to do our tasks. It's up to us to choose wisely and try our best. Thank you for joining us. Goodbye.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to my presentation titled Smartphone Applications for Enhancing Cultural Visits. My name is Sonia Pujals, and I'm an archaeologist specializing in cultural heritage management and digital archaeology. Well, first of all, let me thank Digital 4 Foundation for organizing this interesting conference, and obviously for the opportunity to be here today. Also, my appreciation to the other speakers for sharing your research and your attention. So the subject of my talk is to discuss the role of heritage applications in addressing heritage issues. The outline of this presentation is the following. So first, I'm going to be talking about what is cultural heritage, then heritage apps development, mobile app design, heritage issues, an app proposal, and conclusions. So the first thing that we need to discuss, I think, is what is cultural heritage. Well, even if it's obviously it's a topic of the debate, but there is a general acceptance that cultural heritage ranges from the tangible to the intangible, from traditions and practices to monuments, landscapes, and artifacts of our day-to-day life. Cultural organizations urgently need promotion due to the instability conditions experienced by the cultural sector. The crisis generated by the current COVID-19 pandemic has negatively contributed to the laborious process of generating interest in cultural visits from a global perspective. Yet, I do think this situation has a positive side, given that the noticeable drop in cultural visits provides time for reflection on how public engagement is being managed with current parameters. Thus, an application aimed at promoting heritage might demonstrate a deep knowledge of cultural consumption behaviors so as to shed light on cultural planning strategies. When it comes to heritage apps development, so there are things that needs to be taken into account. The first of all is that the use of mobile devices is increasingly dramatically in cultural and museum sectors. And so there are different approaches. So the first approach is to provide customized devices to visitors. An example is the visitor guide available at the British Museum. This can have facilities in several languages, helping to avoid multi-language museum labels, for example. The second approach is to use smartphones of the visitors themselves by providing a suitable mobile app that can be downloaded onto their devices. This could be an open system such as Android or closed system with user restrictions. And then there is a third approach, which has been the basis of my master's dissertation for the University of York. So this research has focused on studying how apps can help solve problems in the cultural heritage sector. In these ways, apps are understood as a tool to raise awareness of the population about the value of heritage, its preservation, and a tool for cultural organizations to offer a satisfactory experience to the visitor. So, before planning a mobile app, one should take into account different aspects. So, for which platform should the app be developed? Secondly, would be, is the content mobile ready? And the third one would be how the maintenance and updates are planned to be done. So, choosing the platform when developing a device-specific app is necessary to decide all the different devices that are going to be supported. So, the first thing to take into consideration is the market share. According to StateCounter blog research, one thing which is quite consistent among the various markets is that the main smartphone platforms are Android and iOS. When we talk about content, well, as obvious as it may sound, it should always be remembered that content is the single most important feature of every cultural app. This means that content has to be engaging, worthwhile, and suitable for mobile use. We need to consider some basic questions about the content. Since many apps are derived from pre-existing content, such as the one from museums, one should start by analyzing this content and asking some basic questions like, is it valuable content? Is it easy to read, watch, listen to, and understand the content? Does it require updates? Because updating can be a tricky aspect of mobile apps. And does it make use of the device features? So the first thing that we notice is text. So text needs to keep it as short as possible. Why? Because web usability studies show that people on PCs usually do not read but scan, and this is even truer on mobile devices with small screens and poor contrast. And it's obviously often used outdoors. So the instructions or the guidance would be to break text into small paragraphs, keep sentence short, and use subtitles and lists to make scanning easier. When we talk about images, well, images suffer the same problem as text when used on mobile devices due to the limited size and quality of the screen. This means that users will not be able to appreciate details, for example, of a painting or a monument. If it is necessary to show a detail, it can be useful to enlarge it as a separate image. When we talk about some specifics, so limited size and the quality of the screen. We show the detail, and it can be useful, just as I said, just to keep it in a separate image. And also high contrast images are better, and it's preferable to focus on few elements rather than use an image full of different details. When we talk about the audio, well, audio is obviously excellent for content for mobile devices because it's ideal for mobile use and earphones and can offer a satisfying user experience. And so audio is the key element in accessibility because it helps to offer an inclusive experience to people with disabilities such as visually impaired users. And mobile apps can be a very good way of reusing valuable audio content that is already available. The opportunity to embed this existing content into a new environment for the user to enjoy should not be missed by cultural institutions. When producing or considering audio content, bear in mind that audio files should not be too long and they should be clearly audible without too much background music, because we know that outdoor can, so there are problems obviously about audibility. And one also should carefully take into account the file size, because one should aim at making the app as small as possible to keep speed up to its upload. When we talk about video, well, video suffers the same limitations as images. Restricted screen size and quality impoverish the user experience. Nevertheless, short videos are normally appreciated by users and can add an emotional layer to the cultural information. Videos distract the user from the surrounding environment, so they should be used carefully when the app is planned for usage in galleries or outdoors, while they are usually much more suitable for use on tablets with larger screen size. When we talk about interactive maps, well, it's one of the most successful features of smartphones. Obviously, we do have Google Maps, and it provides an excellent tool, but one should consider carefully whether to include an offline map as well in order to avoid roaming costs and some inconveniences for the users. When we talk about maintenance, so the updating process should be carefully planned in advance, since every time the content is changed, users have to download the whole app from the App Store again, an operation that can be annoying or obviously forgotten. It is therefore advisable to create an automatic updating system that regularly checks and downloads content updates from the web without forcing the user to download and reinstall the whole app. One also should be aware that updates to the device operating system and release the new models can create problems, and so one should plan for a scheduled testing of the app functionalities at least every 6 months. When we talk about mobile app design, so the development of a heritage application should have as its central objective the UX design, user experience design, because from time saving and more significant interaction with our surroundings to effective learning, a well-designed user face is an essential factor for improving the relationship between population and heritage. We do enhance this relation based on the 7 aspects of the UX that can be just realized as think, feel, and use. One important aspect is to targeting audiences, and it's important to offer an application that is inclusive and it's accessible for the most part of the population. So for instance, if we take into account visually impaired users, some of the key aspects are applying larger font size, a clear calligraphy, a spacing between lines and paragraphs, and in order to avoid red color blindness, so obviously we need to avoid the use of red, green colors in adjacent spaces. That will provoke an enhancement to the usability of the application. When we talk about heritage issues, so the literature review of this research has centered around the state of affairs and prospects for cultural visits. We have centered it around psychology, sustainable tourism, heritage values, and gamification. So the phenomenological approach, where the experiential aspect prevails, will be an optimal starting point for a student the relationship dynamics with our heritage environment, because this approach will allow us to explore the sensations people experience when visiting a heritage site. So that way, we're going a step beyond the educational function, just to delve into their own experience of the phenomenon. And providing the management area of the organization area with tools to encourage visits based on research of the phenomenon of experience, the visitor experience will be highly improved, which is beneficial for the visitor, and in turn, user experience improvement will increase visitor satisfaction, and obviously the flow of visitors to heritage sites will be much increased. We also need to bear in mind we need to study behavioral intentions for cultural heritage tourism, so as to study cultural and consumption fairness, just to plan cultural strategies that are adequate to the current parameters. Another interesting debate is what is the heritage values. It's all about education and gamification for incentivizing heritage visits. So the research on visitor experience conducted by Fang and Arefrin, so they are pioneers in applying experiential marketing exercise, is based on three central notions that are service experience, novelty experience, and leisure experience. And the research results illustrated that the most determining variables for visiting a cultural site are the service experience and the leisure experience. And these two variables will be closely related to the value of loyalty. So we want visitors to feel that the place is worth visiting and to create like a loyal bond. Also, the rapid pace with which immersive technology has been introduced in the heritage visit sector implies an unstoppable increase in the demands of living a highly stimulating experience. So we need to meet visitors' leisure and entertainment requirements. We need to offer an experience, a true experience to the visitor. Nevertheless, offering leisure is unfeasible. It's not something that we can do in some types of heritage visits. That would be the case of sites categorized as dark tourism, like cemeteries or battlefields. Well, this is a clear example of the need to apply models to encourage cultural visits that are flexible and adaptable to the different natures of cultural heritage sites. So, from school age to the age of intellectual maturity, cultural sites are a reference of knowledge. We go to knowledge of self with our history and establish bonds as social entities. I argue that if the objective is to combat inequality in visits and enhance citizen participation, we must improve heritage experience, not only the educational role of heritage sites. I would think that the conciliation between the concept of education, existence, and experience should be the foundation for building a fruitful relationship between society and its heritage. There is also a research conducted by Chen and Chen from 2010. So this research basically established a chain factor between perceived value, behavior intention, satisfaction, and experience quality. So when we talk about heritage issues, this research just show that the most important problem that we're facing is there is an imbalance in heritage visits. So we have most visited sites and less visited sites. So most visited sites are the ones that normally designated by UNESCO. And so these obviously they do have prestige and projection. But then again, the side zone is that they do have like higher density of visitors, and that could lead to preservation issues. On the other hand, we do have less visited sites. They are obviously in need for promotion. They lack of public recognition, and that leads to being poorly funded, and obviously they also have preservation issues just because of they are poorly funded. And the second problem that we just discovered by this research is that there is a lack of citizen participation in heritage sites. So we do think it's necessary to reinforce dialogue between heritage organizations and people. So people should just come from passive agents to active agents in heritage preservation. And so that's when we come to the app proposal. So all these ideas could be materialized in a map proposal. So, for instance, notably the imbalance in visits difficult to accurately and reliably estimate the flow of visitors, which is decisive with respect to regional economies, the assessment of environmental carrying capacity, and the provision of the necessary infrastructure to accommodate the flow of visitors. So, one option would be to apply gamification to balance visits via just providing visitors with cultural raffles, so they could go to a site and they could gain a reward by going there. That's good for forecasting resources, and that would boost regional economies because by attracting new visitors to less known areas, so this application would facilitate planning of visits and increase the prospect of staying longer in an area and thus provoking an economic growth. And on the other hand, when we talk about the lack of citizen participation, we can talk about one proposal would be a report function. So that would reinforce the dialogue between organizations and people would pass from being passive agents to active agents of heritage preservation, and that would raise awareness on sustainable tourism. This report function would be there's a feature for the users. So anytime they go to a site and they just notice any problem of preservation, from vandalism to preservation issues, they could just write a report to the manager of the site. So this aims to solve heritage preservation problems and break the barrier between audiences and heritage managers. And so when we talk about conclusions, we must say that it's necessary to thoroughly plan the whole app from the start to the finish moment. Targeting audiences is also important, and obviously it's important accessibility and inclusivity, UX and UI design, and apps as a tool for enhancing heritage, not just to show content of a museum. And obviously we think that sustainable tourism is the key for a sustainable future. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions, you have my email here and obviously my LinkedIn and my social media profiles. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone and welcome. First of all, I thank you for being here, and I especially thank the organizers of the European Digital Week for inviting me to share my experience. I would like to start by introducing myself. I'm Cristina Biella. I work as digital and cultural manager in Italy. Right now I am in Milan. I collaborate with different realities such as communication agencies, cultural agencies, and design studios. I am in fact a cultural project manager who decided to specialize in what is the intersection between the cultural world and digital innovation. Actually, if someone had told me 10 years ago what kind of work I would have done today, I wouldn't have believed it. It would have been impossible to imagine. First of all, I come from an entirely humanistic background. I went to classical high school and then I took a degree in archaeology and cultural heritage. I also worked as an archaeologist for some time. This had always made me quite likable and charming in the cultural world. I know well the mechanism and the mindset, and perhaps for this reason I can bring innovation in this context, because I understand fears and difficulties approaching this topic. So, first of all, I think in order to bring innovation to this sector, we need really hybrid figures. As in my case, someone who worked in the cultural world for a while and then specialized on several other topics in a transversal way. But also the opposite, of course, if you consider more technical figures. For me, it all started during a business trip near Dublin. I was on a summer excavation campaign, and for the first time in my life, I have noted a focus on the active participation of citizens in the success of our work and in the exploitation of results. Everyone knew that we were there to work. They brought us food, and at the end of the campaign there was a party with the participation of the citizens and the presentation of the results. In Italy, this still did not happen. We communicated the discoveries in sector conferences, if relevant, and the finds remained in storage for a long time before being musealized. So I asked myself a question: if we don't do it for everyone, to disseminate, to make people feel part of something, to consider heritage a good for all, and to understand the present through the past, why are we doing it? In the meantime, I was writing my thesis and I was fascinated by all the suggestions that could be taken from other disciplines and enrich the methodology, both for study and interpretation, and for historical, artistic, and cultural research in general. I then wrote an experimental thesis in which I used the contribution of neuroscience, anthropology, sociology, and psychology to analyze the birth of the first artistic forms. It was 2010, and in a certain way, I was starting to connect the dots of design that I could see most clearly only several years later. But I have to admit that at the time, from the outside, I was perceived as a person who was moving quite randomly. However, I really wanted to be prepared and understand the topics from within. And then, after graduation and Dublin experience, I attended 2 masters, one in marketing and digital communication for cultural heritage, and one in art therapy to deepen the world of psychology applied to art. I follow courses in cultural and educational project planning held by members of ICOM Italia, and then I started working in the sector. I worked also for a hub of designers and architects here in Milan, and so the word design began to resonate in my mind. So I work with the large social cooperatives for which inclusion, participation, and impact measurements of projects was essential. So, thanks to a program promoted by the European Social Fund, I came to work for the Municipal Museums of Monza, a small museum in a jewel city of northern Italy. A rare occasion because I was invested with the trust that I found in a few other places. So, 2 things happened in this museum. Thanks to the fund, I could afford to follow every single aspect of museum life. The offices were in a large open space, and so I could observe, listen to, and support everyone's activities, from the director to the curator, the educational activities, research, communication, graphics, relation with the city administration. And then I spent part of the afternoon and weekends inside the museum, in the ticket office, or in the cloister, or in the rooms together with the surveillance. I helped organize and participated in the events and conferences. I documented, listened, and sometimes I used to blend in with the visitors. It was an absolutely privileged point of view. I saw the relationship between the museum workers and the outsiders. I made friends with the cultural association and with the educators and teachers. I observed the behavior of the visitors, who they were, how they move, what questions they ask, how they interact with space and heritage. If you think about it, this really rarely happens. The moment of observation of our audiences are often limited to specific moments of survey. Moreover, there are not always figures that act as a link between museum management, employees at every level, and visitors. I had a small fortune in this because I was the person responsible for the social communication of the museum. And this certainly helped me to actively, positively, and proactively involve all the people I met. It was a marketing operation too, but mostly it was networking, acknowledging contributions and merits. I created work relationships and also personal human relationships. After a first period obviously spent mainly observing, I began to propose. I took care of digital. The potential was endless, and almost every week I woke up with a new idea, not yet proven by the museum. I think they still remember it at the office. I arrived and pleaded my cause of the day, not only with research of experimentation elsewhere, but with the data of my observation in hand. And I have to say, in all honesty, that I have been told no a very few times. What have we achieved? The first digital open source catalog has been released, expanding the resonance of a temporary exhibition outside the city limits. We explain through social media the backstage of the exhibition and the joint activity of curators and registrars, giving face to the collaboration between the City Museum and the Gallery of Modern Art in Milan, much better known, of course. We increased 12% the attendance at the opening of an exhibition by participating in the Digital Invasions, a project created to stimulate active participation in which visitors were ambassadors and storytellers of the museum. We modified the layout of the bookshop and presented the publication on sale through social media. We tell what happened in the workshops for adults with educators, artisans, and local artists who for the first time put their face in the communication of the museum. Also in that period, we started to dialogue with a digital agency, which then realized the first video mapping inside the museum, aimed at leading from one floor to the other one of the building and improving the flow of visitors. We also kept records and answered questions on social media because the ones of a single person on site could be the questions of everyone, of course. There was a narrative project to share digitalized items that were then relegated to the archives. And we also told about the works lost from museum collection over time, adhering to the ICOM theme for the International Museum Day, Museum and Controversial Stories, with some self-criticism, free from bias or cultural and ideological prejudice. We created a database of contacts and digital presences of the network that gravitated around the museum between people and associations. We rethought the satisfaction questionnaire and their positioning. The analytics of the digital presence had never been so positive. All this did not happen today, where all this should be the norm, but about 7 years ago. Everything worked, and this was because each action responded to a need found in observation, because we tested solutions, we involved other actors, and we planned taking with different disciplines and compartments at the same time. We thought in a multidisciplinary way, according to necessity, but not really with a specific structure. Immediately after this experience, I started working for my first fully digital agency. Not only digital communication, but all around digital aspects. I began to deal with digital archives, platforms, and corporate museums, interactive installation, virtual and augmented reality. The really great thing was that we were, and still are, humanists in the digital field. Archaeologists, historians, archivists who have developed digital skills or marketing or programming, to name a few. Personally, I went to the developers and I had them explain the details of the technologies, the technical requirements, the programming methods, the interaction with the users, and then I personally test everything because I had to understand before I could propose that to someone. In this period, among other things, I was in charge of the Leonardo Ideal City VR Tour project developed for the 500th anniversary of the death of the genius. It was an accurate reconstruction of the ideal city he designed and, as you know, never fully realized, in virtual version. People could walk within the city and discover technological details of Leonardo's invention, even through games. It was based on the study of Leonardo's project, of course, but also the study of what he did concretely, like the Navigli, the canals in Milan. And there was the application of gamification mechanism to make the challenges engaging and experience spontaneous. For complex projects like this, the test phase is absolutely essential, also for the finished product. It is always possible to make improvement to the experience. The test of this VR tour became many things, for example, like a study at the University of Rome Tor Vergata to explain to students how to choose an interesting cultural product for the market, how to make it inclusive and engaging, and how to design it. But also became attractive activity within festivals and events and a playful product to be tested during technical fairs. We were at the same time developing products, carrying out inclusive educational activities for a complex cultural content, and working on brand awareness. That's the moment I began to understand that we have to give a structure to this process, not just to a part of it, as it already happened for every discipline, but a model that held the whole path together, an overall vision, a methodology of innovation that is participatory and empathetic, but also creative, like us, curious and visionary, and that allows us to look to the future. So, I arrived at design thinking and the methodology of Double Diamond, with all the phases that I will briefly illustrate to you. I've always been involved in cultural planning, but almost no one in the cultural world spoke of design to me. Bringing innovation in the cultural field is not easy, neither from the decision-making point of view nor from the active implementation point of view. And it is perhaps for this reason that we need tools, methodologies, guides that help us to analyze, plan, design, and realize what we have in mind in a concrete way, and of course with positive results, since we have not so many resources. We need figures that are facilitators through which digital ideas become projects, mediating between the cultural and the digital transformation world. For me, the day was training at the design company IDEO and then applying the model. In design thinking, I found tracks to follow to innovate processes, services, and cultural products in a creative, agile, and engaging way, and then make the ideas feasible, desirable, concrete, with an impact on the realities in which we operated and, above all, on people. I think we all have in mind examples of digital projects with dubious results or not meeting expectation, or too expensive, or not functional, or not sustainable, or not inclusive. Design helps us for this a lot. Let's return to the subject of borrowing tools from other disciplines. I get a lot of inspiration from my colleagues, especially when they do different jobs than mine. I look at more advanced and resourceful worlds, for example, fashion or medicine or the video gaming industry, and try to understand if some of their solutions can be applied to the cultural sphere. Today, the narrative on design thinking applied to the cultural world is much wider than in the past, but first I see that there is still much confusion about the method, the process, the benefits, and of course, its application. We already have the tools, or at least a part, but often the macro project is missing. The overall vision that unites every steps and not only leads from A to B, but also considers the future, the implementation, the sustainability of the process. I don't want to talk about design thinking method in an abstract way. If you're interested, at the end of my speech, I will leave you some sources to go and explore the subjects by your own. I would like to talk to you about a concrete project conceived in 2019 and realized starting from last year. It was born as an educational project promoted by the European Social Fund, aimed at training young digital artisans and makers and various technical professionals in the field of design within 3 training courses. I will also speak in the plural because the project is the result of an absolutely fantastic teamwork. Part of the success of this project is definitely due to the people I gather around me, going to create a multidisciplinary group with approval of COVA Foundation, which made all this possible. The first thing we decided was that our students should be working on case studies and not simulations. The reason behind it was we know that young people need to specialize in a concrete way, and we know that many cultural realities have concrete needs, problems to be solved with regard to innovation processes. We then selected some companies that wanted to put themselves in a project that was both educational and innovative. We tested the method previously, of course, even in business contexts and not only cultural ones, especially by making corporate culture, and then we implemented it within historical manufacturing companies, contemporary art galleries, and cultural places. This is the process we followed to develop innovative digital solution for Villa Litta in Lainate, an historic villa of the 16th century located near Milan and known especially for its nymphaeum. As you can see, this was the roadmap of our journey, exactly the double diamond, to which we associated a time scan that mediated between educational needs and resources, especially at the level of timing of Villa Litta. The first moment, in addition to open call for students, was the discovery. We took a preliminary analysis to identify the needs and objectives of Villa Litta and then the actors who could be involved in the process. In our case, we began to create a list. There was the municipality of Lainate for the administrative part, the association of volunteers that often deals with activities on site, other cultural and social associations active on the territory, but also industry, local activities, and citizens. We made surveys, understood what were the resources already available, not just economic one, but people to consider and to be involved. The aim was to make the process as participatory and engaging as possible, and create also a good practice that can be implemented independently in the future. We involved the administration, but also the managers, volunteers, visitors, in guided workshop and dialogue tables to understand what were the needs, desires, problems, and potential. The important thing to understand is that everyone should contribute at any level. The visitor too is involved through initial and intermediate survey phases. This has been an advantage for visitors, but also for the project team and for the cultural place. You feel more and more personally involved to the success of the project. The method allows us to understand the needs of the cultural place and to empathize with visitors. We use interviews, online and on-site observation, previous documentation. We analyze the digital present and we study the flows of visitors. We make an analysis of the user personas and their current cultural experience by building a user journey. We search for cases and solutions in similar contexts, stealing benchmark methodologies from marketing. Exactly what I did, if you remember, at the Museum of Monza, but in a more structured and reliable way. Over time, I learned that listening is a quality that needs to be trained. That anyone, especially the people I don't expect, could show me a point of view that I had so far totally ignored. And that this is good to keep a physical record of everything, not only to document as objectively as possible, but also for the other team members and for the future. This is an example of user journey, a descriptive and visual restitution of the visitor experience inside the cultural place. Here is a third example. This tool is used to understand what are the behaviors, the emotions of people in the different steps, the needs of visitors, and what are the precise points of improvement to make the experience more pleasant for people. At this stage, issues related to visitors and museum workers guide the process more than technical and technological issues. And the best way to ensure that the development takes into account the needs of these people is to involve them for the duration of the entire process, achieving a project that responds to needs and expectations. This is an example of the workshop we held with Villa Litta, with closed and open questions, guided brainstorming activities, free discussions, and even playful moments to create engagement. At this moment, we start to collect ideas through brainstorming activities. Here, the creative phase begins. The point that I would like to remark is that the contribution of everyone is important. We also welcome ideas that seem bizarre. This is not the time to discard ideas a priori because even the most strange ideas can bring to something surprising. So we have entered the phase of definition. In the case of Villa Vita, we have set some project objectives, divided the students into multidisciplinary work teams, and entrusted one goal to each of them. Each group defined who their users were. They could be a public already engaged, but also a new potential audience to be involved for the first time. We tried to understand what would motivate our old and new users, and to develop strategies, services, and products that will help us to achieve our goals and measure how the solution works. We began to deal with the problem in a concrete way, knowing that the solution had to be sustainable and feasible. And to do that, we used three main tools. Brainstorming activities shared also between groups, obviously, moments of the research, and the so-called "how might we" question. This is an example of shared research and brainstorming documentation through the use of digital boards and collaboration platforms. In this case, we are talking about a free tool, Miro. So we have the "how might we," that are a particular way of constructing questions that help to find creative but concrete solutions. They are formed thanks to the findings of the initial moments of research and observation and help to develop answers of the problems highlighted. They are in the plural because the work is done in a team and predisposed to the right mental approach. I mean optimistic and possibilist, facing the problem. These are questions that need to be defined enough to delimit the field, but also open enough to leave room for creativity, giving the right key to reading. We then arrive at the actual design phase. We carried out in teams structured according to needs. For a cultural project, there may be several figures, a project manager, the curator, one or more storytellers, a graphic designer, a UX UI designer, one or more developers, a communication manager, marketing manager, and so on. Every student had its own precise task and responsibility inside the team. Together, they developed the proposals both from the point of view of the concept and the physical design, and we enter into the detail of the description of the new product or service or its improvement. To develop the project, we use a series of canvas as guidelines. First of all, the classic business model canvas to be sure to structure in an organic way the whole idea, give a value proposition, define the available and necessary resources, the main action, the communication activities, support to visitors, the actors involved, and a draft of the business plan with expenses and revenues. We also still SWOT analysis from the marketing world to assess the strength and weakness of the idea. Always using shared canvas, the students have gone through different stages of design. There are canvas for practically everything, for storytelling or to design new digital products or to evaluate existing ones, to define user interfaces of business models in details. There are also tools such as decks of cards to structure gamification paths. This is one of the latest released by Fabio Viola, which I use very often for cultural needs. The strength of relying on a designer is also this, knowing what there are different solutions and tools and suggesting those that are best suited to the context in which you are operating. And finally, we come to the last step, prototyping and testing of the solution design. Last but not least is the construction phase of useful design model to test how it works. The easiest way for visitors to evaluate proposals is in fact to interact with them. There are different types of prototypes, paper prototypes, digital ones, more technological prototypes, but fast and inexpensive, built in digital manufacturing laboratories. In our case, the foundation has an educational Fab Lab where it was possible to give life to the ideas of the students using, for example, 3D printing or Arduino. It's also possible to simulate interactivity even through paper prototypes. A fast and inexpensive medium, but very effective way to identify problems from the early stages of design. In this way, the proposed solutions are evaluated concretely with continuous tests, the only methodology to produce with some confidence successful results. This is because the problems are solved before the service is launched or the product is distributed. We then observe visitors using the new service, evaluated the performance, asked opinions and feedbacks to Villa Litta, expert, visitors themselves. A bit the same thing we did with the Leonardo Idle City VR tour. And so we delivered to the villa a series of concrete solutions, tested, functional and implementable over time within the cultural offer, while the students developed technical skills. The winning thing was that no decision taken along the way was arbitrary, but thoughtful and method-driven. And also, this process is interesting because it proved to be very modular. There are precise steps and we give ourselves time to realization according to the available time resources, which in our case were about 3 months. But it can be functional even in a smaller amount of time. I would like to show you some of the projects that the students have realized with us with Villa Litta using this method. First of all, there was a need from the point of view of fruition that was to propose more interactive activities for a younger audience than the one already present. In this case, a little statue was designed, a reproduction of one of the iconic statues of the villa made with a 3D printer that unlocked various in-depth content during the visit through quizzes and riddles inside the halls. But we realized also a communication project and a restyling of the gift shop. A second requirement was to propose insight to the collection through an autonomous experience of visiting on site. So the students designed an app that offered guided tours through narrative voices belonging to historical characters related to the villa, and through augmented reality brought back to the halls of the palace paintings and finds that were lost or given to other cultural places over time, creating also territorial connections. We create gadgets with the collaboration of local artists and also virtual visits, kits for education activities for school and families, deck of cards to deepen the cultural content, interactive installation, local project, and tourism marketing. I've run out of time, actually, and I'd like to leave you with some links and suggestions to deepen the topics I talked about. Let's make a screenshot right now. I hope my speech was interesting. I'd be very happy if you want to contact me via email or LinkedIn, maybe to talk about these methodologies in other contexts and share experiences and suggestions. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish you a good time during the European Digital Week.
morning, everyone. My name is Natalia Skornicka. I'm an archaeologist and a 3D technology in archaeology specialist in a leader 3D scanner producer in Poland. For a few years, I was working with artifacts on many scientific projects all over the world, where I had an opportunity to learn a lot about the subject and get to know inside out the profession and its needs. As scientists researching the past, the basics of our work lay in the necessity of the best possible, most precise documentation. The character of historic materials and their sources requires strict accuracy and precision with documentation. One of the most important roles of the museums and archaeologists is to protect the artifact, to make them useful for the scientist to their research, and to preserve the object as a cultural heritage for the future generations. The basics of archaeological documentation with its rules applied since the 19th century is manual processing, hand drawings and descriptions. Series of typologies created by outstanding scientists up till today help to unify and clarify such handmade documentation for the widest circles of recipients. But as we can suspect, with that kind of documentation, description contains some dosage of subjectivism, and it depends on the knowledge and the perceptivity of the scientist making the documentation. Also, the literary skills to be able to make descriptions equally understandable for many readers plays a role. Here, the huge help comes from applying the drawings to the archaeological documentation, which makes it easier to unify the reception of elements hard to clear-cut descript as shape or color with all of its variants. But with its form of documentation depends on the talent and perceptivity of the drafter. Drawing and description aid occurring many measuring and interpretation mistakes. It can have a negative impact on the results of the research of the artifact, which includes comparisons and analysis of the morphology of the item. Adding photos to the archaeological documentation set assure better shape and color registration, but also conduce the perspective and lighting errors. Moreover, to correctly register all the details, it's recommended to use the service of a professional photographer who will have all the technical aspects covered. In many cases, to prepare complete photo documentation of an object with all details visible, it is necessary to make series of photos, especially with, for example, larger size pottery. The photo with the entire shape capture will not show the brush mark. Those small elements can be really important in the research later on. The huge importance of detailed documentation requires archaeologists and museum professionals to use the latest available technologies. When the possibility of creating digital 3D models using photogrammetry appeared in the second half of the 20th century, this method began to be applied to documentation. This created many new opportunities, including museology deeper into digital area. Photogrammetry enables achieving a 3D model of an object based on at least two photos, which are combined by chosen characteristic points or elements. The undoubted advantage of this method is the lack of restriction connected with the size of the measured object and the possibility to achieve a realistic 3D model. In relation to the photo, the software generates the cloud of points, which is transformed into a simple triangle mesh. Then, on the created model, the texture visible on photos is applied, so after processing, 3D models showed colors. Another advantage of using that method is the relatively small cost of the digitalization devices. The disadvantage of that method, especially distinctive for archaeologists, is that coordinates in photogrammetry are assigned in the digital space only to the chosen characteristic points located on the photos. The location of the other ones are only estimated. This can lead to some inaccuracies in measuring, especially for smaller artifacts. For this reason, photogrammetry is mainly used for modeling large architectural objects. The software itself is so advanced that the proper use of this method requires the participation of professionally trained staff. To sum up, photogrammetry enables precise documentation of an object, but only at selected characteristic points for which coordinates can be assigned. Even so, the use of photogrammetry in archaeological documentation increased its accuracy in comparison to one made with traditional methods. Also enables using 3D models for visualization, showing the basic features of the object. Visualization can be used, for example, as a model in a presentation, but the accuracy of this model is not detailed enough for measurements or to do scientific research. However, the newest technology made it possible to create a 3D model that will have a much wider application than just visualization. The implementation of 3D scanner to work with artifacts allow creating a model that can easily be used as a basis for research combined not only with detailed analysis of morphology, but also with the exact measuring of an object. There are several different methods of 3D scanning, but I would like to focus on one that, in my opinion, works the best for archaeological and museum work: scanning with structured light technology. It is dedicated to the registration of smaller objects, although it does not exclude the measuring of such larger items as, for example, an airplane. The data from the 3D scanner can be successfully used for digitalization. It is transformation of an object into a digital image. The use of appropriate software enables comprehensive measurements, viral reconstructions, or research based on the 3D model. Digitalization is one of the main roles for most modern museums around the world, as it's the best way to protect, store, and share data about the collections today. Another very important task of museum is archiving. Archiving is a digital record with an accuracy that allows creating a model identical to the archived object. It is an important element because such documentation is a kind of protection of the collection information. It's not only save the actual state of the collection and its exact appearance, but also can be base for the reconstruction of an artifact in case of its destruction or invasive conservation works that change its morphology. Of course, such data also allows for virtual research. Some 3D scanners allow the use of 3D data collected during registration also for archiving processes, as Smartec 3D scanners I am using. To be suitable for archiving, data has to be raw. The scanners that I talked about and which I use daily in my work collected data in the form of a cloud of point, so pure data, where each measured point is placed in the coordinate system. The point cloud is transformed in the software to the triangle mesh, which is easier to read and to work on. 3D scanning with structured light technology allows generating a 3D model identical to the documented object. It can collect even 1000 measurement points on 1 millimeter square of the software. Such accuracy enables to watch a model up close and analyze every detail, including fingerprints on the pottery or microfractures, and easily analyze and even measure such small details as brush marks. It would be really time-consuming to document such details with traditional archaeological methods and would require the involvement of a well-trained, perceptive team. It is also predictable that accurate and effort-free manual measurement for such detail is very difficult, if not impossible. That is why such elements are often inaccurately documented or even ignored. In 3D scanning, apart from placing every point in the coordinate system, each of them has a known measurement uncertainty, which means we know what is a possible mistake in the placement of every point. For scanning with structured light, such a mistake can reach 5 microns. The achievable resolution of the image is the best of all methods that I mentioned in the last episode and can reach 0.01 millimeters. You can impact the accuracy by changing the measuring field, so the volume we can measure with a single scan. Increasing the measuring field leads to decreasing the accuracy of achieved model. It can be useful when, at a certain stage of a research, we don't need an accuracy on the archival level, but we want a smaller size of a data file. All those parameters are extremely important in the digitalization of archaeological objects. 3D models created by scanning with structured light technology, allowing to present the morphology of an object, which form can be manipulated in every way, but also provide the possibility to making precise measurements with an accuracy of a few microns. 3D scanning results with creating a database of perfect digital copies of the collection, on which we can perform various research. Thanks to this, we have a database of a perfect digital copies of a collection, but we can also carry out various research using them. In my work, I use software dedicated to the scanner, SmartTech 3D Measure, so I can manipulate a huge amount of data on my laptop without a specialized workstation, converting point clouds into models that I can measure in every plane, generate their virtual cross-sections, and even compare the models with each other. The program highlights the differences and similarities on the model using color markers. Generating cross-sections alone saves a lot of time and ensures high accuracy. I remember how much precision, time, and knowledge it took to correctly draw the cross-section by hand. Especially correct documentation of the pottery lips and neck shape is a challenge, as they are very important differentiating elements. By generating the cross-section from the system, I can be sure that the dimensions and shapes are correct. For archaeologists, as important as measurements and shapes are the colors and texture of the surface. Not all 3D scanners can capture color. Fortunately, there are ones dedicated to working with artifacts. The model I used comes from this line, registering the colors in the RGB scale, so after generating the triangle mesh, I can apply a texture with color to it, achieving a realistic model that is full representation of the object, giving great research possibilities. The measurement process is touchless, which increases the safety of the delicate artifact, and the process leads to documentation, and it's detailed, precise, and free of most errors that can be developed during traditional manual archaeological documentation. All that is needed is to place the artifact on a rotary table, calibrated it with the scanner, and start the scanning process, and the device will perform the measurement of the whole surface without any interference. A single scan can take less than 1 minute, so depends on the size of an object and the software settings, we can achieve the finished metrical model with a color and texture reproduction in several minutes, when drawing and photograph artifacts with complicated form can take even few hours. If the object is too big to fit into the measuring field, or we don't have the access to the rotary stage, we can make measurements using positioning markers and scanning place by place. Markers are automatically connected by the software, resulting in a cohesive 3D models of an object. Automatization of the process, resulting in a huge time saving when creating documentation. For a better presentation of the benefits of using 3D scans technology in the process of digitalization of the collection, I will use the example of two collections documented in two different ways. A collection of grave pottery from Lima in Peru, documented with traditional archaeological methods, and a database of skulls from Brześć Kujawskie in Poland, made with Smartec 3D scanner. Tablada de Lurín in Peru is an archaeological site of a great importance for research on the history of the Central Andes, discovered in 1957. The stylistic analysis of the ceramics from Tablada de Lurín allowed determining the time frame for the functioning of the cemetery, placing it in the range between 200 BC and 200. The site owes its great importance to the richness of equipment, especially since the cemetery has not been robbed. The analysis of a group of artifacts from this size, a large close group, unchanged from the moment of its deposit in graves 2,000 years ago, will open up enormous analytical opportunities for archaeologists, primarily providing the basis for creating a detailed database not only for this site, but also every site in the region. The Tablada de Lurín, during its prime, was a place of a great religious importance for the locals. Two of the sacred roads from the region crossed there, so from the moment of discovering the site, scientists correctly suspected that there would be many visible impacts from the regional cultures in the collection from the burials. So, detailed analysis of it goes beyond knowing about the Tablada de Lurín itself and begins to take on the importance of the guidelines for the entire region. Tablada de Lurín achieved great popularity thanks to the diversity of metal artifacts, copper and gold, but it is not the only treasure that the cemetery sites offer to contemporary researchers. The intact burials hide detailed examples of the production of the people who lived in the nowadays Lima region more than 2,000 years ago. Analysis of the historic material from the Tablada de Lurín enable answers to many questions considering the socio-political and religious organization, the technological level, the direction and intensity of trade contacts, and many others. The biggest group of artifacts found in the cemetery are pottery. Since the area of their deposition was intact until the time of scientific works on the cemetery, this collection is a great source of knowledge. One of the biggest importance of the research in Tablada, detailed chronology of the cemetery, could be used for the chronology for other sites in the region that are preserved in a much worse condition. The representative number of ceramic objects found in the Tablada de Lurín makes chronological analysis based on this collection very promising. To reach the goal of unified, useful chronology, it requires a clear, complete, and detailed database of the selected types of grave equipment. Therefore, scientists created a data matrix from the grave pottery that included data such as the place of the discovery, the form of the object description, the texture on the inside and outside surface, the finish of the surface, color and shape of the neck and lip, as well as the object itself, decoration on the surface, and many others. To make the database easier to read and compare, all the features were divided into 45 categories, where different numbers meant different elements of description. To make the documentation more precise, each artifact has photograph documentation that contains between 1 to few different professional photos. The study covered ceramics material from 850 grades. During my analysis, I chose 875 pottery objects from the excavation of those burials to obtain the chronology of dating the graves in which the monuments were found. As you can imagine, the detailed documentation of such a huge collection required the work of a large team of specialists, apart from the exploration of the finds and their initial documentation at the archaeological site, which is standard for most excavations. It consists of very careful exploration, photographic documentation of the site, technical drawing documentation of the place of finding, description of the discovered object in the way that after transporting the object into the laboratory, there is no doubt about what and where each of the artifact is from. Often total station is also used to create a precise map of a site and the discovered artifacts. After this process, which may take up to several days for one object, the process of detailed documentation of each one follows in the laboratory. For a collection like the 875 pottery sets of my choice, this process can take several months or even years, depending on the complexity of the construction of the items. The process of preparing documentation, followed by the team of specialists from Pontificia Universitat Católica del Perú, was taking place from 2013 up till 2016, when I started to collect the data from already prepared documentation and the artifacts themselves to complete my research. The main goals of the documentation process in general is to provide a detailed, readable database for future analysis and to secure knowledge about the elements of the collection. After artifacts are transferred to the museum, they can be recatalogued as a museum collection. It is very important to collect all the significant measurements of an artifact, describe it in detail, make a technical drawing with special care for decoration and the lips of the pottery, especially if the object represents great value for the whole collection. The lips and necks of the pottery are very important for creating typology series and have a great impact on the chronology. An archaeologist needs several years of training to be able to correctly document all these elements, especially since the most common way to document it is by measuring it manually and drawing it up. The collection from Tablada del Urín, which was the subject of my research, required over 2 years of work from a team of photographers, draftsmen, and archaeologists performing manual measurements, and their research didn't stop there. All found lips and their fragments were drawn, and their object was photographed. The process took several months of continuous work by the entire team, during which each item had to be touched many times, which exposed it to the risk of damage, for example, made with measuring instruments. All the collected measurement data were entered into a common database to which I had access in the electronic version. Even then, having all the basic information already prepared, I had to spend 4 months to complete their reliable database containing all the elements needed to my analysis. Time and energy of many people spent on the project resulted in satisfactory research results and documented the fields in a way that secures the basic knowledge about the set. However, in the area of today's technological possibilities, enabling, among other, automatic measurements, we can question the accuracy of manual documentation. There is no doubt that the technology, controlled by a scientist, will be much more accurate and standardized. And the image with all data registered that way will be extremely detailed and as objective as possible, which is exactly what is looking for in archaeological documentation. To compare the equality of the documentation and the time needed to complete it, I will use the second example, also of a large collection, the human remains of over 200 individuals from Brześć Kujawski in Poland. The research is carried out by the Biobank Laboratory of the Department of Molecular Biophysics of the University in Łódź, which received funding from European funds for a project related to scanning and digital access to human remains collection. The idea of the program, running in the cooperation with the Department of Anthropology of the University in Łódź, was to create a digital platform available online. For this purpose, the 3D scanner SmartTech 3D Universe was purchased. The remains from the historical inhabitants of Brześć Kujawski were chosen for the project because, according to archaeologists and anthropologists, those areas of central Poland show an uninterrupted continuity of settlement since the Neolithic period, so around 5500 BC. Brześć Kujawski is also an area representative for the Polish population from the early Middle Ages to the 19th century. Having at disposal of a collection of human skulls of inhabitants of given area who stayed there continuously for 7,000 years, a number of tests can be performed to determine, for example, what changes in the physiognomy of the inhabitants through the century. The project assumed the creation of a digital database of bones and skulls. Thanks to additional research, scientists were also able to isolate complete genomes of ancient DNA sequences. After combining it with detailed 3D scans of skulls, anthropologists decided to answer the question of how people's physique changed, as well as determine their ethnicity. In the past, such studies only included manual checking of the morphological features of the skull. Thanks to the 3D scanning technology, anthropologists achieved a complete set of the measured data in a digital version, which made possible to research with detailed analysis and virtual comparisons of changes in the shape of skulls over the last millennium. Through the entire project, anthropologists were also able to determine how people's body height changed from the early Middle Ages to the 19th century. According to the research, the average height of a man in the early Middle Ages was very close to the average from the 1960s. Then there is noticeable a decrease of a body height, which continued through the 19th century. During this period, the average man was just over 160 centimeters, and this average begins to increase significantly and continues to this day. According to the researchers involved in the project, the creation of a digital database of human remains and complete genomes contributed to setting new trends in the field of scientific data sharing. Scientists see the need to reach both other researchers who will use digital data for future analysis, and history enthusiasts who just want to expand their knowledge about this area and their former ancestors. The 3D scanning process is completely non-invasive and touchless, which allows for detailed measurements of archaeological objects without endangering their surface. The great adventure of 3D scanning using white structured light is the perfect color reproduction and high accuracy of 3D scans. In addition, the software provided with the scanner for the project has the function of, among others, creating virtual cross-section of an artifact, making precise measurements, checking the volume of an object, etc. That being said, anthropologists from the University of Łódź received an ideal tool allowed them to expand their research. Scanning with structural light technology enables 3D geometry sampling even on the whole surface and placed every measured point in the coordinate system. Every measured point has known determined measurement uncertainty, what means we know what is a possible mistake in the placement of every point. For scanning with structural light, such a mistake can reach 0.005 millimeters. Compared to manual documentation and even photogrammetry, which is growing in popularity among archaeologists, These errors are minimal, much smaller than with any other documentation method. At the same time, the information we collect with 3D scanners offers great opportunities for future analysis, and the process of registering this data is incomparably shorter. The use of appropriate software allows to automatically transform the cloud of points to the metric 3D model as a triangle mesh, reflecting the color and the texture of an original object. As a result of placing the model in the coordinate system, achieved artifact representation can be measured in every plane. 3D models are an exact copy of scanned objects, so data from the scanning process can be used for digitalization and archiving of the collection. The achievable resolution of a model is the highest of all digitalization methods used in archaeology. The measuring process is touchless, which increases the safety of the delicate artifact, and the process leads to documentation that is detailed, precise, and free of most errors that can be developed during traditional manual archaeological documentation. All that is needed is to place the artifact on the rotary table, calibrate it with the scanner, and start the scanning process, and the device will perform the measurement of the whole surface without any interference. A single scan can take less than a minute, so depends on the size of an object and the software settings, we can achieve a finished metrical model with color and texture reproduction in several minutes, when drawing and photograph artifacts with complicated form can take even a few hours. After scanning, it is possible to make many measurements and create automatic reports, take a photo of a model from various directions, and make virtual cross-sections in any plane. Moving to the software, I will show you its basic features to present how simple and intuitive it is to use. The area of complicated program that process data very slowly is happily behind us. Now all you need is basic training, and after a few hours of work you can fully use the potential of the scanner. Because I don't have access to the skull from Brześć Kujawski, I use the figurine from Malta to present the possibility of data processing. As you can see in the project 3, you have 2 groups of measurements which come from the scanning with automated rotary stage. The first one is for the front and the second one is for the back of the object. As you can see, it's not aligned, so we need to put those 2 groups together. For this, we can use manual alignment. We set up the stable cloud and the cloud to fit. And right now we need to pick 3 characteristic points which will be approximately in the same place on both of the views. Now, in the left window, we can see the whole model. We still have some noises around the object, but for clearing this, we can use the automatic function of the program. Of course, if you want, you can do manual filtering. We can also remove some contours and groups of points. Now you can see the clean point cloud. And for the last few steps, the final alignment with the use of the global function, you just click align. The software will do many iterations and put each cloud in the right position. At the end of the process, we have the report with accuracy shown. We can apply the changes and create a triangle mesh. The triangle mesh is a surface created by the triangles. It has the information from the point cloud about the XYZ coordinates, and it is very accurate. Now you can put the texture on and use the ready model for visualization, research, or 3D printing. To apply the texture to your model, we just set our clouds visible, and then in the texture tab we can create it. And there you can see the mesh with the texture. As you can see, the details and depth of the decoration are clearly visible. Even on the bottom you can read the label. What we can also do with our mesh, for that I will turn off the texture for better visualization. we can make some measuring of the area. So we can check the area of the full mesh or only chosen part, in this case the bottom of our object. Just select the back face and check the area measurements. Here you have the area only of the selected part. Also, we can make some cross sections of the object. We can create one. And we can do 2D dimensioning and 3D dimensioning. At first, I will show you the 2D dimensioning, so we can measure from point to point. And the perimeter of this green line you can see there. Also, you have the external parameter and the total parameter of the cross section. If needed, you can measure the distance of its cross section or the mesh. I will do 3D distance and check the distance between 2 points. You can check the length and the width of the object. You can do it on the triangle mesh and the point cloud. So if you want to check the height of your object, you can just click 2 points and here you have the height. Also, as small details as all the small scratches on our mesh are visible. There is a possibility to do an automatic comparison of an object, but it's useful usually when you have a reference model. For example, you can scan the object before the conservation and after to check what area changed. As we saw, achieving the 3D model is quite simple and doesn't require a lot of work. 3D models can be used in popularization or conservation, but also art or marketing purposes. Collected data can be modified, for example, to make a stamp to produce a copy of a coin or to recreate the damaged morphology or lost functionality of an object. The use of 3D scans has great potential for archaeology, museology, and conservation. It can significantly improve and simplify the documentation process. 3D scanners can register several million measured points within seconds. Accurate drawing and photographic documentation of complicated, highly decorated artifacts can take up to several days and requires the involvement of a skilled archaeologist. With the traditional manual documentation, it is necessary to lift and turn the object many times, which exposes it to damage. In addition, it creates the possibility of measurement mistakes. The use of a 3D scanner eliminates most of them. The entire scanning process is automated and requires minimal involvement of the scientist. The use of a 3D scanner in the project of digitizing human remains from Brześć Kujawski made it possible to significantly reduce the time needed to document the collection. Drawings and manual measurements of such complicated form like the human skull create the risk of measurement mistakes. It is very difficult to accurately measure all the variables in the structure of a skull bones. If a collection were documented using traditional methods, a huge database would be created full of many photographs and data of each skull, which would be difficult to navigate with. This amount of information also creates another problem of publishing it in a form that allows other researchers to use it. Scanning their remains makes it possible to place their models online, which makes access really easy for everyone interested. Those models can be used for measurements as well as more advanced research states. For example, models can be compared with each other in the software, which will automatically highlight the areas with the similarity imposed by the operator. In addition, the scanner used in the project of the Biobank Laboratory of the Department of Molecular Biophysics at the University of Łódź records data that can be used in the archiving process. The application of the latest technology in the process of building the internet platform has also expanded the results to recording data for archiving the collection during the registration of the 3D model creating. To sum up, Archaeology is a science that requires extremely detailed, carefully collected information about the artifact and their surrounding. I think that the basics of the documentation used since 19th century as hand technical drawings, descriptions and photos are still very important, but I am very happy we can incorporate the newest technologies into it. Already popular photogrammetry, really useful during registration of the site or monuments, becomes not enough when we have the newest possibilities. 3D scanning. Structured light technology is safe for the artifact, and the results are way better than during any kind of hand documentation. And of course, the time needed to create the database is incomparably smaller with the use of 3D scanner. So if we can have more accurate, more detailed, easier to navigate and work with the database, that will be at the same time a safe way to protect the information about the collection, why not use it as a standard more often? I needed 4 months to make a readable database for my research for Tablada de Lurín pottery, when I had the results of a few years' work of a group of scientists. The ready-to-use 3D model of a single skull registered with a 3D scanner can be made up to an hour and provides much more detailed information about the measurements and the structure of artifact. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, please contact me via chat, email or LinkedIn. Bye.
So, hello everyone, good evening, good morning, anywhere you are. It's a very big honor for me to be here with you for European Digital Week. I'm Vasilis Rafail. I'm a project manager at ES NGO and Municipality of Egaleo based in Greece. And today we will talk about how can we promote cultural awareness to young people by using gamification as a tool. And to highlight all this, we will see Connect Your City application, which is a good practice that uses gamification. So let's jump right into the contents of this presentation. First of all, we'll define what actual cultural awareness is. Then we will see the benefits of cultural awareness to young people. Is it something that will benefit them? Like, is it worth for them to have it as an asset? And of course, we will see what are the restrictive factors that prevent cultural awareness from being developed into young people. And after that, we will make a little pause and jump into a different subject, which is the relationship of young people and technology. How bad or good is it? What are the elements that we can use to our benefit when talking about cultural awareness and gamification? And of course, we will actually talk a bit more specific about gamification, because as a concept, it's not something that is very innovative. It's not like we are discovering fire right here, but there are many people in the world that are not aware of this concept. So we will take a closer look at it. Then we will speak about Connect Your City app, which is our good practice for gamification, and then combine it all together to see how can we use gamification as our tool to promote cultural awareness. Then you will have all the time you need to ask me any questions. I will be live in the panel right with you. And I will also showcase you the references I used to draft this application. And if you want them, of course, I will share them with you if you ask me to. So let's jump right into it. So cultural awareness, of course, comes from the general concept of culture, which, of course, is the beliefs, behaviors, objects, and other characteristics common to the members of a particular group or society as a whole. And through culture, people and groups define themselves, conform to society's shared values, and contribute to it. As we see, culture is not something that it's limited to civilizations as a whole, but culture exists in any system that involves people that have joined forces together for a certain cause, either being family, either being groups of friends, work, of course. Like for work in particular, we have organizational culture, which are all these little rituals and common values that a company has, which can also be small things like if we as the office go out every Saturday night for a drink, it's part of the organizational culture we have. Or if we have purple on our logo and we have to have different objects in the office that are also purple, it might seem a bit stupid at first, but again, it's part of our culture. It's something that defines us and it is important for us. But it may seem a bit stupid towards others because I'm not part of this culture. And that, of course, contributes to the need of having cultural awareness, which is gradually developing inner sense of the equality of cultures and increased understanding of our own culture and other culture, of course, and to have a positive interest on how cultures can also be linked with each other and different at the same time. Like for example, I'm from Greece and we have our neighbors right here, which is Turkey, and we share so many things with Turkey, from common foods to common words to common ways of behaving in certain situations. And this is part of cultural awareness, being aware that we have some characteristics as people, and other cultures and other civilizations have certain characteristics which are not to be defined as bad or good, but it's just things that are for people, and it is important to be aware of them. And this can also be expanded into critical cultural awareness, because if you're aware of certain characteristics of your own culture, you can also become more sensitive towards them and more critical towards them, because as individuals, of course, we're very different from each other, and there are different aspects of the Greek culture I need as Vasilis, different aspects of my organizational culture I need as Vasilis, and some things I keep for myself, some things I throw away for myself. But for all of these things, I need to have an open view and an open mindset, because it is important, not for me maybe, but for the people involved into these different microsystems that are with me. So, talking about young people and cultural awareness, why is it so important for them to develop cultural awareness? And actually, there's a very large bibliography covering benefits of cultural awareness for young people and people in general, like the example of providing deeper understanding in communications. If I'm aware of how, for example, Greek people see food as part of their culture, maybe when a Greek person tells me about food and I'm being a bit skeptical about how much passionate he or she is when describing food, I can really understand more if I'm more aware about the importance of food into the Greek culture. Then, of course, it helps reduce risks of inappropriate behaviors, which is quite the opposite of what it was my example here, because another example is that Greek people usually are very open and very warm in their communication and when introducing themselves to other people. So if I have a friend and he or she introduces me to a new friend, I will typically do a handshake or even hug this person. It's very typical, but in other cultures, this maybe it's considered inappropriate to do as a first contact with someone you haven't met in your life, and it's completely understandable, of course. It's also correlated with greater academic achievements. It is also found that it improves psychological and mental well-being. Of course, it's a very powerful factor to reduce bullying behaviors, which is a rising subject everywhere in the world. It also fosters diverse intergroup relationships and you being more acceptant towards diversity. Of course, it also helps people cultivate and improve linguistic competencies because, for example, people in Antarctica, Eskimos, as you may know them, have many different words to describe snow, because for us maybe it's one word, it's something, for them it's their whole life and their whole culture, and it's something that it's more deep to them, so they have more ways into describing them. And then another important thing is that it creates also new points of view, and it leads you to have new stimuli, because escaping your own way of seeing and reflecting into things by being exposed into other people's ways, it can help you expand your mindset and your point of view and overcome maybe situations and things that trouble you, because now you have different mechanisms into solving problems that come from your cultural awareness. And it is also found to increase self-esteem. So as you see, there are a lot of benefits to the development of cultural awareness. But why it's not something that you see very often? Why is it something that it's considered underdeveloped? Of course, which is the first thing to blame every time for everything that goes bad into society, it's the school systems that heavily rely their curriculums into the verbal usage of foreign language, for example, but they do not provide deeper insight regarding the culture and the civilization behind the language. Like, for example, this is very typical in Greece, where you see a lot of professors in schools rejecting excursions and visits to museums because they have to run through the curriculum. They have to teach people and students these specific things before the end of the semester. And this is more important to them than it is for them to actually realize more interactively what are they learning through different activities. And this is seen to expand into the general social context. Society does not emphasize on culture because maybe, for example, it is very visible that people have very full lifestyles right now. We do a lot of stuff. Our days are full with different responsibilities, different places to go, people to see, tasks to do. So it's not so easy to reflect on all of these and also assess whether maybe we could change our way of thinking and acting, and also see other people's way of acting and thinking. This lacks a lot from today's society. And something else which is more like of an outcome of the loss of cultural awareness is the commercialization, the loss of authenticity, and the damage of social heritage. Because people cannot really understand the deeper value behind culture and customs and different characteristics of civilizations and their own. First of all, they do not respect it so much, and they don't think of ways into be more active in protecting culture, which is very unfortunate. But speaking of unfortunate, we will see now a deeper insight about young people and technology. It is very common as a belief in many people that this device right here has become like the extension of the arm of young people. Young people are always on their cell phones playing video games. And as statistics shows, from 2013 even, young people are the most active ICT users. And that makes no big surprise because the young people are the generation that have grown into this whole technological outgrowth of society, so it makes sense for them to be very familiar with it. They grew together pretty much. Young people are nearly 2 times more networked than the global population as a whole, which again makes no big surprise because young people also are really keen into playing video games. And video games online are a huge gathering place for people from all around the world, so people can interact with each other and chat then into different social platforms, which is a form of networking, of course. And something that maybe does not seem very alarming at first glance is that the average person spends about 3 hours daily in social media. Now, of course, there are things to consider here. Not young people, but people in general. And also, okay, 3 hours may not be enough, and there may be people spending fewer hours in social media, but again, this is the average. So there are maybe young people that spend 5 hours or 8 hours daily on social media. And don't forget the fact that video games are also a very big occupation of young people's daily routine. So if you add video games and social media, it's a lot of screen time for young people. But at the same time, technology and smartphones in particular have become very helpful for different stuff, as you see. First of all, social media and electronic devices in general benefit education, social life, and entertainment, because you have this little wonderful piece of equipment right here that you can do so much things with it, because it of course enables multitasking. Through this device, I can open my emails, listen to music at the same time, and then chat with my friends, organize and plan meetings with my team. And that is connected with the fact that there are now multiple platforms for communication and for access to many services. Like actually having a Word document online that people can work from the computer. I can work it on my phone as I use the bus to go to work. And if you actually said this to a person 50 years earlier, they would be like, whoa, that's very important, because that was missing back then. You had only the book and the paper, and now you have a screen that can be accessed from everywhere, and it can tackle many different practical problems that you may have. And other than that, of course, it saves you a lot of precious time and resources, because in order to use technology, you need to have access in any device, which could be a smartphone, a laptop, and of course access to internet to be connected. And a lot of people in the world can afford that now. And to close off, something that at first glance seems a bit worrying is that that smartphones have become a key part of life, and the people feel incomplete without them. And yeah, it's maybe true that we cannot spend a day without opening our cell phone and just seeing our emails or speaking with people. Maybe we cannot live without them anymore. Maybe that's true. But instead of going into a panic with this and regarding it as a fact, maybe it's more reasonable to see, okay, we have this as a fact. How can we use it more into our benefit? How can we make screen time and mobile applications more beneficial to us? Like kind of fighting fire with fire. If you can't defeat it, join it. And this is where gamification comes into the table of discussion. Gamification is pretty much the way of turning different things into video games, because you see young people are really hooked into video games. They like video games, and people from the sector of education, which are enemies, of course, with video games, they are taking children's time off, said that, okay, we have this enemy, which are video games. what can we learn from this enemy? How can we take parts that make video games so attractive and liked by young people and implement them into education? How can we make education into a video game, or basically into a game in general? And this what's gamification all about, is a persuasive technology that attempts to influence user behavior by activating individual motives via game design elements. So this is pretty much. It steals all the likable concepts of a video game and it uses it into education and other parts. And through a lot of research, we have come into a step-by-step guide on using gamification to teach people things. And the first step, of course, is to understand what is your target audience and what is the context of this audience. Like, for example, in our situation is young people. And the context is that they lack cultural awareness because school doesn't provide enough education about that, society doesn't provide enough education because of many reasons. And because we know this, we can now move on into the learning objectives. And of course, the learning objectives is that how can young people, for example, learn more about cultural awareness? Once you have these more educational, curriculum-ish things pinned down, you can move into the draft of the experience of gamification. Like, okay, how can we turn learning about cultural awareness into a game? How can we make a game around it? How can we define objectives, different stages, milestones, and how will the knowledge flow develop throughout this game? And by actually meaning that we have to create a game around cultural awareness doesn't mean we'll make a video game or a board game or something, but how can we implement more interactive activities into the learning process? We will see more practical ways on doing that. So then you can move into the identification of the resources. How will you measure progress? Will you use any decoy currency into this gamification process? Will you have any rules about it? And when I say decoy currency, I mean pretty much symbolic currency about the game. And in the end, you can actually implement more gamification elements into your experience, which are game mechanics that can include badges, points as rewards, leaderboards. Like a very common example is on schools sometimes, people that have good grades or tests and are attending classes get these stars into a whiteboard next to their name. So this is a very easy to understand example of a gamification element because it's a visualization of the growing process of something. So young people want to be validated, want to be rewarded by stars, by anything. It's really motivating for them. So if they know that if they will read more for a test, they will get rewarded with something that is seemingly pointless, but it's not pointless, which is a star, they will invest more time and more into actually reading for a test and attending classes. It is a tool that constantly, it shows that it works for classrooms in particular. So now really quick, let's go into our good practice of gamification, which is Connect Your Seat application. Connect Your Seat application is pretty much a mobile app for young people that it has a variety of volunteering, educational and fun challenges for them to accomplish. And if a young person accomplishes one of these challenges, it gets some points that it can exchange for symbolic gifts. So it's pretty much an embodiment of all the previous stuff we talked about. As you see, we have this main menu that it has many different challenges, not only from the organization itself, but from other organizations too that collaborate with it. So if someone sees a challenge that it looks appealing to them, it can open it and it will see details, all the tasks it must do for the activity. Like for example, one activity for volunteering is for young people to just go around Athens and take photos of places on the city that are not accessible for people with disabilities. That could be very short pavements or destroying walking passages for blind people. So you take photos of it, you upload them into the app, and you send it to the organization. And if you do that, you will get 200 points, for example. And the more points you get, the more up you will climb into the leaderboard. And also we have a map for showcasing different challenges you can do near you if they are location specific. I strongly encourage you to download the app and see for yourself what it has to offer. It's for free for iOS and Android, as it is all of its content, no money required, just a quick sign up. So to combine all of this, how can we actually use gamification to promote cultural awareness? If we take these 5 steps we saw earlier into implementing gamification into education and outline our target audience and their context, we can begin by going into the first step. We know that there are young people that really like video games technology, and at the same time, they're not very culturally aware. So that's the context that we are fighting for right now. And the objective for our learning cause is to make young people culturally aware. And this is the main objective. But on the sideways, of course, through this learning process, they will actually cultivate other very desired results, like being more empathic and more communicative towards others, which are correlated, of course, with cultural awareness, as we saw. So we have this more educational part written down, and then we can move into the structure of the experience. What is the actual challenge, the actual game that they will play? So as a very quick and simple example, young people maybe have to discover 5 customs from Japan. Now, if you pay attention, it's very, very broad. It doesn't specify how to do it, because young people prefer different ways of doing stuff. So maybe you could just Google it. You can find the book in a library and go for a walk at the same time and read about Japan. Or you can ask people around that have visited Japan, that are from Japan, about customs they have. So different things work for different people, so it's important to have it as broad as possible. And this is the first step of the experience. And the second and more interactive one is to choose one of these customs and create a short video of them replicating it, which again at first glance may seem like, oh, they are just having fun, this is pointless maybe, but it's not, because it interweaves what they've learned and practice. And not only that, they also are expected to have fun while doing it. And it is important for young people to have fun when learning, because learning becomes more impactful for them when they have fun, and they can actually embody and absorb what they learn if they enjoy it at the same time. So once you have your customs and you created the video by replicating one of them, you can upload it and you will receive points, which are the resources. Resources is for young people to have a mobile phone, access to the internet, and for us, the quest givers, the challenge makers, the gamifiers, is to give them these symbolic points. So that's the whole learning experience, what will happen. And the playful part of it is that, as we saw in the app, for example, they will scale up the leaderboard, or they will get a star, maybe. There's also a possibility for them to earn a badge. Maybe, let's say, if you finish 5 different of these challenges, You also have an app in your profile, and if you have enough points, as a result, you could also be part of an educational trip, which is something more than a symbolic reward, a more actual reward. And for the case of EASYS, it's actually something we use because the European Union gives many opportunities to young people to travel abroad for free and enhance their soft skills through Erasmus Plus projects. And we typically choose young people to embark in this project based on the leaderboard because we see that these people are the ones that are more hardworking and the more competent ones to actually go in these experiences. And it actually works as a more interactive stimuli for young people to download the app and be involved into it. So many different elements that lead up to one outcome, which is for young people to be more cultural aware, because you learn more about something very basic from a country, then maybe you will have experiences to find out other interesting facts about Japan, become more aware of the cultural background of it, and that by just doing a quick or not search and having fun while making a video of it. So this is it, pretty much what I wanted to share with you. If you have any questions, you can share it with me and I would be more than glad to answer them. Now these are the references I used to draft the presentation. If you want the list, because I will just go through them now, just contact me, because I want you to actually keep in touch with me and to thank you for your time and your attention. I hope I wasn't too boring or too full of information for you. If you want anything else, feel free to email me or to reach me for LinkedIn. And I want to thank again European Digital Week for this opportunity, and see you all in the discussion round. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Today we are going to present you a topic about our good practice. And the topic for today that we would like to share with you is the Fortress of Niš, Now and Then, History and Materials. We include virtual reality in education in our practice, and we share that with you. My name is Slađana Jović. I'm science teacher from Grammar School Svetozar Marković from Niš. And my colleague?
And I am Marijan Milanov. I am an English language teacher. I teach in a boarding high school, Vuk Karadžić in Babušnica, also from Serbia. And apart from teaching English, I'm also interested in cultural heritage, in history, in educational digital technology. So these are the things that connected me and Slađa to work on this lecture.
Well, we can start now. The first thing that we want to present you is that today students and teachers are faced with various challenging situations because of the time when technological advances are rapidly increases in living and working conditions. Education is a living process of development, requires changes, so the application of different technologies in teaching is a necessary step in creating a modern school system. Research has shown that applying virtual reality in education and its ability to convincingly evoke the presence of digital object, learning outcomes can be improved. Teachers and trainers use VR to enable their students to try and develop their skills in a virtual environment without the risk of error. VR gives students the opportunity to get familiar with the micro and macro world of atoms, the structure of chemical elements and molecules, DNA chains, as well as the surface of the planet, the shape of the solar system, planetarium, etc. Also, virtual reality enables students to see long lost, non-existent, destroyed, or damaged historically important objects, with imaginary but visualized object as well with various other scenes and objects that exist only as visualization of mathematical geometric contexts. If we talk more about virtual reality, we can talk about different things. As you can see, virtual reality is computer simulated reality in which the user can communicate with a replicated real or imaginary environment. More, we use in our practice virtual reality 360 degrees panorama as a simpler form of VR, cylindrical or spherical panorama. This can be stationary or in dynamic movement. Panorama is a wide-angle representation of physical real space represented as a 2D image, drawing, photograph, etc., or we can use as 3D model. All these techniques were used to capture objects in the Fortress of Niš and upload them on the site that is accessible for learning and research. The outcomes were measured with a quiz and a feedback discussion.
Now I would like to give you some background information about our city and why we have chosen the Fortress of Niš. The city of Niš is the third largest city in Serbia. It is located in the southeastern part of Serbia, some 100 kilometers from the Bulgarian border. The city is one of the oldest cities in Europe, we can say, and it represents crossroad between east and the west. In ancient time, it was named Naissus, and several Roman emperors were born on the territory of the city of Niš. One of the most famous is Constantine the Great, the first Christian emperor and the founder of Constantinople. That's why the Niš is called the imperial city. And to this day, several objects have been found that prove that this territory was inhabited in ancient times. Some say that there are remains from Neolithic or even Bronze ages. But most of the monuments that we can see today were made during the Roman and Ottoman Empire. And among many landmarks, the territory of Niš is rich with. We can point out the fortress of Niš, which is in the central part of the city on the right bank of the river Nišava. You can see it here in the central picture, and if we zoom the picture, this is the fortress of Niš. And most of our students have been in the fortress many times, but not a lot of them know much about its history and about some parts of it and what do they represent. What we wanted to do is to pick several points within the fortress and to find something more about them, to learn, to make connection between history, between learning culture, between chemistry, between physics, photography, and digital technology. And we discussed with our students, and we chose 3 things that we should work on. The first were the gates of the fortress. The fortress has or had actually 4 main gates, and 2 of them are not preserved, are not in good condition. And we paid attention to the main entrance, which is called the Stambol Gate, and the Belgrade Gate. There are also Vidin Gate and one other gate that led in and out of the fortress. So we wanted to explore the gates, their history, their importance, and the materials they were made of. The second point of interest was the so-called lapidarium. Lapidarium is a collection of stones, monuments, tombstones that were made during the Roman Empire with the first settlements sometimes between the 1st and the 4th century. And they are exhibited in the central part of the fortress. We also wanted to explore their history, their meaning, and the materials they were used, they were made of. And the last point of interest was the mosque, ex-mosque in the fortress, which is called Bali Bey's Mosque. On the left picture, you can see how it looked like in 1878, and on the right, we can see how it looks like now. Today, it is not a religious object. It is a place for cultural exhibitions and open museum. So this was the basic idea of our project-based learning.
Okay, now I will continue about the theoretical part. As you can see, theoretical work that we did, the students were divided into 3 groups, and each group was given the task to study one of the sites of the fortress. First one, Lapidarium, as my colleague told you, then Bali Bey Mosque, and the third one was the 4 gates of the fortress, Sambal Gate, Vidin Gate, Belgrade Gate, and one more gate, which is in a very bad state, so we don't pay attention about that. Students should research how the object was made, what was its purpose, which materials they were made of. Then they should discover how the object once looked and how they look now, and finally should analyze the changes and their causes. The field work is to visit the fortress with the mentors. We did it first. Then introducing students to a 360-degree camera, its possibilities for work and possible application, photographing the mentioned location with camera. After that, we do some digital work. All of this was uploaded, and the recorded materials was put on the site, as you can see on the display. Children start using these uploaded materials and did their research, get some results, and the teacher creates the interactive VR presentation and put it also on this platform. As you can see, the link is on the display. After that, we do some discussion about it. So we start firstly a discussion about recent activities and experience which they did while they visited Fortress. After that, teacher provides students with links and guidelines for assessing the interactive VR quiz. That's how we check their knowledge. They can do in pairs or in small groups. Students study the materials presented in the quiz, pay attention about the presentation, watch VR photos and videos, and then answer the questions. Open-ended questions are answered orally in the form of a joint discussion. Later, you will see the example of all this. The materials can be accessed on a computer, tablet, or smartphone, which is very interesting for them. And 360 degrees photos can be viewed with or without VR sets. In case of online classes, the link can be forwarded to students via LMS system for working from home. The discussion about what has been learned and the way of working is also an evaluation of the project activities. So as you can see, there are a lot of possibilities. You can be imaginative and do more about this on your own way as you can like.
Okay, and for our field work, we used this camera. You can see it here in my hand. You can see it also on the screen. It is called Insta360 ONE X2. And most of our students were introduced to this camera for the first time. So we used our visit to the fortress to discuss about 360 photos, panoramas, what they are, what they can do, and how we can apply them in our education, how we can use them not only for fun, but for learning. You can see some tiny planet pictures made by this camera in front of and on the top, in front of the main entrance and from the top of the Sambal Gate. Students asked a lot of questions about the camera, how to use it, how to connect it with smartphone application, and how to export the footage later. The platform that we used is called 360 Schools. It is a new platform, rather new, which derived from the famous site 360cities.net. What you should do first, you should register on the site 360cities.net and make your own user account. You can choose. There are a lot of photos, panoramas on the site, so you can choose from the published photos if you don't have the camera or if you don't have photos that you need. And of course, if you have the camera, you should upload them, and but you should take care that it is a process and that it takes time. The quality of the photos must meet the criteria from the site, and they are going to be reviewed and only then published. So you cannot count on every photo that you make to be published, and you have to have some backup plan or make more photos. I have some information that the platform is working now. In the future, you will be able to upload your own images regardless of the 360 Cities site. So when uploading photos, pay attention and plan some time for that. After that, you should register on schools.360cities.net. That's the platform made for schools and for education. And then, of course, you select My Guided Tours and start creating your first guided tour. When you click create a new tour, first thing you should do is give the name of your presentation, pick the cover panorama, which can be one of your own or somebody else's that you found on the site, and you can write a short description, and then you add slide by slide. What's good about it is that you do not only add panoramas, but with this interactive VR presentation, you can choose slides can be panoramas, they can be textual slides, or they can be in a form of a quiz. So you can combine as many slides as you want in different types. And at the end, when you finish the presentation, student can watch the presentation on PCs or on a slide projector in the classroom. If you have VR headsets, you can use them. Or we mentioned online learning. You can send, if you are online or you use Flipped Classroom, you can share a link with them on a mail or via LMS that they use. I will show you how our presentation looked like. So this is its title. It is in Serbian language, of course, but we mentioned how it is called. And when you start, there are some, we mentioned the students had to explore about the history and the meaning of the fortress and of those 3 points of interest. So they sent us their results of their research, and we have chosen some main points to put in the presentation. This is about the history of the fortress, so you can see how you can put in textual slides. This is a panorama that we made, entrance to the Bali Bay Mosque. And what's good about it that within panoramas, you can insert video clips from Vimeo or YouTube. You can insert additional information, textual information, and you can insert more photos. So this is an example of a video from YouTube. We used a 3D representation of the mosque that was made by some students, and we integrated that within our panorama, so our students can see this video and more information here. This is the panorama of the lapidarium that we made, and you can see also then we click on this button, it shows us a JPEG photo that we took, and we integrated within panorama to have a closer view of to the one of the tombstones there. Also, I mentioned very important thing, you can make a quiz. For now, it is only multiple choice quiz, so you can have 2, 3 or more answers, and students get to pick one of the answers. I hope in the future that the platform will enable more types of the questions. At the end, of course, when you make this interactive presentation, you copy the link, email the link, or share it via Google Classroom, as we mentioned. Slađa will talk to you about the advantages of this environment.
Okay. Advantages of teaching in VR technology or VR environment with VR technology. So I ask my colleague to open the whole slide, please. I can see only part of it. Students can access the material several times. That was a big advantage, and that make a lot of easier teaching. And they do it as many times as they need to understand the content. The material is intended for each student particularly, and they can interpret it according to their abilities. The material has interesting pictures and messages and facilitates understanding of the topic even for students with special needs. Then teacher outcomes are very easily presented through visual learnings. By using the quiz questions, students can immediately get feedback on what is correct and what is not correct. So it can be easily to evaluate them. Also, the teacher can organize working groups or individually, but also in an online environment. So as you can see, there are so many advantages while we use VR in teaching. We put some criteria for evaluating the application of VR in teaching. So we can start with methodological. VR lessons are suitable for students of different levels of knowledge and interests. Then we can talk about technological and aesthetic criteria, developing a sense of beauty and space by looking at VR photos. So we arise competencies for students in this way. Scientific and professional. Then we can talk how we can connect different subject outcomes in online environment through an integrative approach to learning natural, social, and artistic subjects. Ethical criteria is also implemented here. Learning is based on data and images that are scientifically validated and verifiable. And linguistic part also is including all this teaching. The use of appropriate vocabulary is adjusted to the level of students' achievement. It can also be in a foreign language, so we can practice English or any other language, which develops new competencies also to the children. And teachers also rise their competencies, teaching and learning with them. In general, the presentation shows how the use of VR technology in teaching facilitates work with students in direct teaching as well in an online environment. Then the application of VR in teaching is an example of the development of digital competencies and the adoption of the methods of critical thinking and problem-solving teaching. Furthermore, we can talk about working with these images, and online quizzes show how to develop independence in learning for students with learning difficulties. And also we can empower students to work individually to achieve planned learning outcomes. So they do at home or with help of their parents, but they can also empower them to work individually. And finally, by using digital technology, students prepare for the exams they will be taking during their schooling because they practice answering short questions through digital tools. And it is very important to develop also these competencies. So that was all from us. If you have any more questions, or if you are interested to learn more about this way of teaching, you can contact us, me and my colleague, Marian. These are, you can see our contacts on display.
Yes,
and we are waiting for you.
I would also like to thank you for your time and your attention that you paid to our lecture. I hope that you liked it, that you found something useful, and we will be glad to answer to you via LinkedIn, via our emails, or any other kind of contact.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.